What's up? All right, bringing back that disco music from Disco Brothers. Follow me on Instagram. All right, hello everyone. Welcome to my second live stream about coding with different AI technologies. I'm so excited to share with you some of the amazing projects I've been working on using various tools, frameworks for AI development to make it more fun and easy. In the live stream, we'll explore how to use natural language processing, computer vision, speech recognition, and more, to create awesome applications that can interact with humans in the world. All right, whether you're a beginner or an expert, I hope you'll find something interesting and useful in this live stream. And so grab your favorite drink and snack it, and let's get started. Welcome to Randroid Streams. Today we are not playing games, we are coding. All right, so I actually generated that script. Believe it or not, I generated that script from ChatGPT. That was not me speaking. That was AI. Okay, I ad-libbed a little bit, but it was mainly AI. This was the script. What we're actually going to be doing today is these three topics that you may be seeing down here. So Bard, we're going to talk about that first. We're going to iterate on what we had last week. If you guys remember, if anyone watched that, we made a snake game in a terminal in Kotlin using the various tools and plugins. But we're actually going to ask AI to generate all the code for us, which is exciting. We'll see if that works. And finally, I'm going to do some test-driven development. Shout out to Ross for this idea. Using a nice AI chat as a feedback loop, and starting with tests instead of just jumping into some sloppy coding like we were last week. So let's get started. Thank you again for joining. If you have any questions, put them in chat. We're live on Twitch and YouTube right now. So I want to start with the Bard business. Okay, so what is Bard? Well, this is Google's answer to ChatGPT. I think it might even come out before ChatGPT 3.0, whatever, 3.5 blew up. I don't know. I don't know the history of it necessarily. What you're looking at is a chat window with Google's Bard and a little tab here because I'm in Microsoft Edge, Microsoft's browser. This chat here, it's actually chat plus compose. Compose is what I use to generate that text you saw in the beginning. It's a way to generate short or long-term form text. But the chat is like a back and forth. It's like the next big thing when it comes to search, especially Bing's is hooked up to the internet. Bard is also hooked up to the internet versus just regular ChatGPT, which is based on internet data from 2021. Anyways, I asked them both the same question. And the question was, what is the main feature difference? I asked this question twice. Once I said, what's the main difference? And got an answer that didn't really help. So I asked again with, what is the main feature differences between Bing's ChatGPT and Google's Bard? And they both gave me different answers, obviously. First off, there seems to be some kind of notification here saying, hey, you can get better experiences with Bing if you enable some feature that will scan your web page. Maybe we'll try that. But right now our focus is going to be on differences between Bard and Bing search. So first off, Bing is saying that, okay, here's what I'll say. I read both of these, and my first take was that Bard is way more, what's the word? Not opinionated, biased. Bard is basically overselling how they're better, and maybe ChatGPT will catch up, but they're better. And then I find Bing's actually is more, ChatGPT is more agnostic or whatever, less biased. But anyways, I'll read them. You speak for yourself or learn, think for yourself what you think is best. But let's see. Hold on. All right, we got someone join you to watch in 10 minutes. I hope the stream's okay. I should be able to see some chat. I got the Twitch chat open and multi-stream chat, which I don't know if it works. But go ahead and type a message once you join so I know you're here. Okay, let's read these. So Bing's ChatGPT and Google's Bard are both AI language models that aim to give human-like answers to questions. Bing Chat uses OpenAI's chat or GPT-4 technology, while Bard uses Google's own language model called I wanted to call it Lambda. It's not Lambda. That is it looks so much like Lambda without the B. LAMDA. I don't know how you would say it. Lambda? No, because Llama is something else. One key difference. So that's the main thing. They're talking about the technology differences, which I don't really care about. That's why I added the word feature. And so one key difference between Bing Chat GPT and Google Bard is Google has a better name. No, I'm just kidding. For reals though, like everybody knows Bing is a terrible search. When I say ChatGPT, people think I'm talking about just ChatGPT not hooked up to the internet. So I have to say Bing ChatGPT, but then people are like, what is that? So they need a better name. Google Bard, at least I can explain that to someone and then it'll get kind of a brand, you know? That's not what it says though. It says the key difference is that Bing currently has a turn limit on its conversation of 15. I actually don't know if it's 15. I'm not even sure that's accurate. I can do 2,000 characters, and this is not telling me how many messages I have left, but when I use this on my phone, it usually does. It's like message, 1 out of 15 or something. I didn't think it was 15, though. That number seems wrong to me. Anyways, but Bard chat apparently can go on indefinitely, though I wonder if it is remembering everything in that chat. I don't think it is. Like, that doesn't seem right to me. Maybe within the chat, but then once you close the window, it loses it. I could see that being feasible, I guess. I don't think we're at the point where either of these will remember everything you've ever asked it, like the movie Her, where you actually get to know the AI and it starts to bond with you. I don't think we're quite there yet, though I have read some crazy news articles that may say differently. Especially with the open source world, there's people giving memory to ChatGPT so that it will remember things, and it's getting crazy out there, guys. I won't go super deep into the technical stuff because I want to just use this as functionally as I can, but it's crazy how fast that open source stuff is exploding right now. But like, I was reading about how Auto GPT, they're calling it, basically is AI talking to AI. Like it talks to itself and prompts itself and codes itself. It's getting crazy. We're so close to possibly the apocalypse at this point. It could end very badly. That's why some people are calling for a pause on developing the next large language model. So ChatGPT 4.0 is based on a set of data, and they're obviously going to keep expanding that to even more data, especially they're going to go multimodal. So it's just a set of text. They're going to start, scanning videos next. Speaking of that, though, Bard says that it was trained. Oh, so let's look at Bard's answer here. They're saying the training data was different. ChatGPT trained on text and code, while Bard is trained on data sets of text, code, and images. Though, like I said, I know Bing is integrating with Dolly and other things. I didn't mention this, but I was in that stream last week. I was in Hawaii working, but I don't know why, but I got a feature on the Bing chat that actually, when I asked it to draw a picture, it called Dolly and it came back with a generated image for me. But it only happened one day. I tried it the next day. ChatGPT played dumb, said, I don't know how to do that. I don't know what you're talking about. And I was like, no, use Dolly. He's like, I don't know how to use Dolly. I can't use Dolly. I'm like, what are you talking about? You literally did that. Was that a feature test you were doing? And they're like, don't know about it. Never heard of it. So it's like, there's a beta or something that Bing would generate images. I'll try it again today, but that is one thing that supposedly ChatGPT doesn't do yet, is images. All right, underlying technology. So underlying technology, I don't really care about that, like I said before. One is ChatGPT 4 technology, while Bard uses LAMDA technology. Still don't know how to pronounce that. Lambda, I don't want to say Lambda, something else, is a more advanced language model. So this is where I'm talking about it's biased. It's saying it's a more advanced language model. I don't know if they can really say that or back that up. And it says that Bard has the ability to generate more accurate and comprehensive responses. That's a burn. They're calling them out. I don't know though. Lastly, the application of ChatGPT is primarily used for generating text, while Bard is used for a wider range of applications, including generate text, translating languages, which I'm pretty sure ChatGPT does as well. So I don't know what they're talking about there. Writing different kinds of creative content. Also, you can do that with ChatGPT. And answering your questions in an informative way. That's so biased, as if ChatGPT isn't informative. This must be based on an old version of ChatGPT or something, because ChatGPT 4.0 especially is very informative. Overall, Bard is more powerful and versatile language model than ChatGPT. However, ChatGPT is still under development, and it's possible that it will eventually catch up to Bard. So this may just be outdated, because I'm going to thumbs down that. I feel like that is so not factually correct. And maybe I'm a fanboy of ChatGPT. I don't know. But I'm going to try both. All right, so why is this important, and how does this lead into our next topic? So we talked about Bard. Next up, instant game. What is instant game? All right, so switching gears a little bit. Last week, we made a little snake game. Let me see if I can pull it up. We were using a couple tools last week. One is Visual Studio Code. So in Visual Studio Code, we get a plugin, just as a little summary of what happened last week, under extensions. No, here it is, Copilot. So the Copilot X or Copilot Labs, I guess, I don't know the exact difference, but they're both like beta things. So I'm just going to call it Copilot X, but maybe that's different. Copilot Labs, we'll call it then. That's what it's labeled here. This uses brushes, which I think is the next big thing, which is not just a chat. It's actually like tool sets, tools that you can use. So we have an app here. If we explore the code real quick, it's got a single, no, that's not true. We had extracted some classes. It started out as a single class, but here's the main one. Main calls game equals game.start. I should be able to run this. I'm not as fluent in Visual Studio Code's UX or whatever. I had to install like a builder or something to actually run Kotlin. Obviously, IntelliJ gets that out of the box. I don't know if that actually ran. It's got no output, so it doesn't seem like it did. Terminal? Yeah, I don't know the command to run it. This guy. Here we go. Run this. Nah, it doesn't like it. Doesn't even know what that is. All right. Well, maybe I was looking at old code. Let's try one more time. Okay. It thinks it's got an error. We'll come back to that. The IDE I actually prefer and work out of normally IntelliJ. Let's open that guy up. Oops, not that. IntelliJ. Okay. It's launching on another screen. Give it a sec. All right. I think I called this. Is this the Copilot test? I just called it Copilot. Yeah, here it is. Okay, same code. Got our main. This one should run though. Close out that chip. Now this also has a Copilot plugin, but it didn't have the brushes last time we checked. We'll see if there's an update this week. This stuff does move fast. Okay, you'll see what's happening now is it is playing the game automatically, and each frame moves this little snake, starts out with 3 little dots, to the right. And he's eventually going to move off the screen, I think, because I didn't put like boundaries in the game. And then it runs out of the boundaries and breaks. We have a few to-dos if we wanted to like launch this as a real game. But let's actually play it. I'm going to run it one more time, but this time I'm going to do WSAD to move. Okay, so he's going right. I'm going to say I want to go down, so I have to enter S. One of the major flaws of this is the way that it updates. If I type too slow or whatever, it might miss it. But okay, so I went down and I got a fruit or whatever it is, an apple, and I grew. Now I have 4 dots, and then if I want to go up, I would do this. Let's see if that worked. It did work. Okay. Anyways, it's a snake game. It's not great, but it works. And that, we spent a couple hours on the stream messing around with these different tools. So this one's not loading, but the main tool we use is actually the code helper that works, like the autocomplete that works like this. You see that? I didn't type that. It's actually suggesting this comment. But if I wanted to, let's say I wanted a function, like function test game, I don't know, boom. It's going to write a function. Unfortunately, the function is dumb. It's literally just starting the game. It's pretty much the same thing as this one. Oops. So it doesn't really know what I want. But if I were more clear, if I say like, I don't know, fun, start game, then move snake left. Is it smart enough? It is. Wait, sorry. Oops. Fun, start game, then move snake left. Let me autocomplete. Okay, there I autocomplete. So it's not actually smart enough. So this, I don't know the bounds of its knowledge. Like, does it know that I have what classes I have outside of this window? It knows I have game and game start, but it thinks I have something called move snake left, which I do not have. Now, I could go jump here and I could try to add it, or the old school, way. If I'm not using AI, I would just use the IntelliJ tools to add the function. But the function is going to have a big to-do on it. Would AI help me do my to-dos? Doesn't look like it does to-dos for you, but it does do that. So that actually knows how to change direction, because now it sees all this code, I think is how it works. Again, I don't know the full scope of what it can see. I don't know if it reaches across files. I don't know if it has a token limit or whatever it's called. But yeah, so this seems to do what I want. So that's the code, deletion. Before I undo that, let me just get rid of this. Don't actually need this function, and we'll get rid of this. Cool. So that's the main tool we use to build this. Partially, we also asked ChatGPT through Bing. So if I bring back up Microsoft Edge, we asked it for code last week. If you watched that stream, we were asking, how would I build a snake game? And it gave us steps of like, you would need this kind of feature. You would need this ability and that ability. You would want to generate a game board, generate the fruits, generate the snake, generate the movement controls, things like that, right? It was a little high level, like it missed a couple things, like it didn't really account for how to get the game loop, like if it's in a terminal, how do you get the input? Like it didn't cover a lot of that, so that's where I use more of the auto generation I just showed you. But yeah, so it gave me the basic layouts what I need to do. So like I need a game board, right? So then I asked for code. I said, give me a game board for a snake game, in a terminal, and it did it. And it did some of the most crazy code that I would not want to write by hand. This crap. So rendering a map. In this case, it's just printing the map as an array. But how did the map get built? So generating the map, generate fruits, initialize map. So initialize map, I would not want to write this code. If you look at this, what is this doing? It's like looping through an empty array, and then based on the width and height, adding in characters, either this or this character, to build the boundaries of the map. And then the generate fruit does the same thing, except it takes the existing map and it adds a star for fruit. Generate snake does the same thing, except this is actually, I moved this as a class, but we have functions to initialize it, so it has a body to start with. Based on the map size, it knows where to position it. It knows how to move every frame. It's calls to move to like update. It really just drops one node from the end of the snake and adds one to the top. Maybe a better way to do that. Grows the tail when it eats a snake. Anyways, and then handles the direction as well. It knows what direction the snake is moving in. So that's this kind of code. Some of this came from chatting with ChatGPT. I said, give me a code to generate the map, and it did it. And others was like tying things together. I was like, okay, well, I need this other function. I'm missing a function that does, I don't know, generate fruits or something. And so then I would do the one I showed you with the auto completion, where I type the function generate fruits, and then it would try to do it. But then what had happened, and the reason I used another tool last stream, was it would write a function, kind of like we saw earlier with move the snake left. It would write a function that didn't really work with the existing code. In one case, it didn't know the map's type. So instead of a map of strings or something, it was an array list, or like it was a different type, right? So it had a general idea of the type of thing we were building, a snake game, but it wasn't really understanding the existing code too well. So in that case, I tried a new feature, which is in Visual Studio Code, this one, the one I've opened now. I used one of the brushes for fix bug. So I would highlight a function or two, and I'd say fix bug, and it would be like, oh, the types are wrong, and it would fix one of the types. Pretty cool. Where I stopped using that, though, was when I had to highlight 5 functions, and it runs out of space. You can only do so much. So here's an example. If I wanted this code to be more readable, I might type readable. And readable might add comments or rename a function name. I don't know exactly what kind of things this does. Maybe if I highlight over it, say, make this code more readable. So if I highlight the whole thing, all of these gray out. So it's kind of one of the limitations of these brushes, is like it just doesn't have enough scope of knowing what it does. What are some other cool things? Also, when I'm highlighting code here, you notice it populated in the explain over here. So if I highlighted this code only and I said explain, what does it do? Explain, ask Copilot. What does that do for me? Sorry, I have two windows open. There, so it explains the existing code. So this is a kind of cool feature too. This is the stuff I didn't get out of IntelliJ's Copilot plugin. Like it gets autocomplete, but it doesn't have all these advanced tools of explaining code, making code more readable, which in this case, when I tried to show you, didn't really do anything, but fix bug, debug, which I don't know how it would do that exactly, but that seems cool. Add types could be good if you're working with TypeScript, JavaScript, and you want to convert to TypeScript, maybe it would work, or even in Kotlin, you don't have to specify types, but if I wanted to, actually, this is a great example. These don't have types specified. So it says that it's a immutable value that's obviously an int because it's setting it to an int on the right side here. This one, we don't know what's being returned. So what if I wanted to add a type here? Now, obviously in IntelliJ, there's easy ways to add types automatically with some kind of autocomplete. But let's say you're in Visual Studio Code. I don't know if it has that kind of autocomplete thing. It doesn't look like it does. I don't know how I would do that. I just might not know the shortcuts for Visual Studio Code. But let's say I wanted to try the add types. Let's see if that works. Add types. It did. Yeah. Well, did it? It added the type here. What? What am I doing wrong? Hold on. Let me try here. See, that's right. That's where the type should go. Am I crazy? Why would this add the type here? There it goes. Now it added the type here. But it's actually wrong. It doesn't know what this returns, apparently, which is very weird. Must be an initializer, must be abstract. So what if you try to fix this bug now? It doesn't know how to fix it. Yeah. Very weird. Anyways, so this thing is in beta, but this is a few extra tools we can use, and we can still look at these. There's other ones: list steps, make robust, chunk. What does chunk do? I wonder if that gets us down on the. Oh man, I'm gonna try it. I don't know what chunk does. Okay, so it did something. Initialize map, generate fruits. It tried to create the functions. Anyways, that's something to look into. Document. Okay, let's say I want to document. I can't do the whole thing, so I just document the start function. So we'll say document. And what did that actually do? Read line or null? I feel like that did more than document. Like I thought document was going to add comments, but maybe it extracted more readable functions. Let me undo. Anyways, kind of going off the script here, but there's some cool stuff. Advanced, there's even more advanced stuff here. Lots of things we could try, but I actually wanted to kind of stay on the rails a bit more and do more guided things. So first off, can we auto-generate this game with a single command prompt, a single prompt? Now, the reason why I say this might be possible is because I was looking at better ways to generate prompts. In this case, I think I just tried it and it looked like it worked. I don't think it's more complicated than I thought. I think last week I was asking the wrong questions, basically is what I'm saying. So let me clear this. I tried it with Bard. I haven't tried it with Bing yet. Let's try it. All right, let's see. I forget the exact question I asked, but something like, not really a question, more like a command. Generate a snake game that can be played in a terminal that is written in Kotlin. Maybe a better way to word that, but let's see what it gives us. And then at the same time while that's thinking, I'll go ahead and ask over here for Bard. Okay, so a simple snake game written in Kotlin that can be played in a terminal. I didn't say the word simple, but thank you. This one says, sure, here's a snake game that can be played in a terminal that is written in Kotlin. This one kind of spit it out faster, I'd say. This one's still going. All right, it says, to play the game, compile the code with the following command. Kotlin C for compiler, include runtime snake-o snake. Use this code with caution. Then run the game with the following command. Java-r snake jar. Okay, interesting. The game will be played in the terminal using the arrow keys to move the snake. The goal of this is to eat as many foods as possible while colliding with itself or the edge of the screen. So it knows exactly what I want. This one says you can copy and paste this code into a Kotlin compiler, then run it to play the game. Use the arrow keys to change the direction of the snake. The goal is to eat as much. Is that exact words? Food as possible. Goal is to eat as much food as possible without running into, instead of colliding with itself or the edge of the screen, running into the walls or snake's body. So slightly different. All right. I like this one told me how to compile it. That is actually really cool. For this one, though, I think we might get away with putting it in our same project. And you know what? I think a better thing to do is to not step on this one. Let's create a new project. We'll call this Snake Game 423. What's the date? Kotlin. Yep. All right. Go ahead and create a new one. We'll say new window. Keep this one open. I want to combine these windows, so we'll go window, merge all projects, and then I can switch between the two. All right. Snake Game 423. All right, so this is back to just a print line command line program written in Kotlin. Hello world, right? Hello world. So if I replace this with, I think I didn't actually copy. Why didn't that copy? Let's try the Bing one first. It's still not copying. There's probably a copy button. Where's the copy button? Copy, but I think that's going to copy everything. It did. Okay, well, that's lame. Oops, wrong command, wrong command, wrong command. There we go. Oh, there's a bit of text up here too, isn't there? Yes. Reformat. Okay, so we should have a snake game now, and there was a main class. Let's run this guy. This is option 1. This is the Google Bing version, or the Microsoft Bing version. All right, so it already has a bug, and we can actually see that. Hit F2 to take us to the bug. It doesn't like plus operator here. So it's trying to combine the first, which on the snake. Snake is an array to queue. I don't ever use one of those. Interesting. Constructs an empty array to queue. Am I saying that right? With an initial capacity sufficient to hold 16 elements. Why is it to queue? Such a weird type, but okay. And it doesn't know how to use the plus operator. And the direction is a point. So if it's just a list, this syntax works. I know this syntax works. If you take a list and you try to add an element to it. But for some reason, it used a weird type. I wonder if I just change this to an array list. I don't know if you can add. Yeah, you can't do that on an array list anyways. So let's just use a list. Oh, but it's got to be mutable. So let's make it a mutable list. I guess we'd want an empty one. So empty mutable list. Oops. I wanted to autocomplete, so I'll go ahead and let it autocomplete. Oh, it doesn't know what that is. Oh no, it's because it's mutable list of is what I wanted. And then you have to put the type here. Cool. Did that work? No. It still doesn't have first. Why don't you have first on a mutable list? Oh, it's a function? I thought it was a property. Weird. And then add first is not a thing with, and this still doesn't work. I wonder if this is like a different version of Kotlin that does this for you, this operator, or if I have to add this operator myself. I was almost certain a list has this operator. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to tell Bing that I made a mistake. And let's see if it can figure out what that mistake is. Or let's give it a little more context. I'm going to say, this code does not compile because the plus operator doesn't work with a dequeue, with an array dequeue. Did I spell that right? Dequeue. Let's see what it says. We can also try opening this in Visual Studio Code and see if you can fix bugs. All right, it says you are correct. I apologize for the mistake. This corrected version of the code that should compile and run properly. So -1 point already for Bing giving me some bad code. Though, not horrible. It seemed like that was the only compiler issue. And it's still generating, still generating. I wonder if Copilot... Okay, so I don't know what's up with Copilot here. I guess why that code generates. I'm going to check that out. Not preferences, widgets, plugins. Alright, installed. Copilot installed. What is wrong with it? I wonder why it's mad. I might just need a restart. It's definitely enabled. No completions were found. Yeah, I don't think it's had all the tools anyways. Actually, you know what? Let's see if Copilot Labs is out for JetBrains yet. Copilot, no, it doesn't look like it. Or was it GitHub Labs? GitHub Labs, no. Oh, that's under installed. Marketplace is what we want. Copilot Lab. GitLab projects. Simple plugin to adding support for GitLab. No, not GitLab. GPT Copilot. Doesn't look like Copilot or GitHub X or GitHub Copilot X. GitHub Copilot. Yeah. What's new? Improve compatibility. Yeah. Alright, looks like they don't have it yet. Here's the new code. Let's just copy the whole thing again. Back to IntelliJ. Let's see if this is any better. Home. Shift home. Top. How do you jump to the top? Nope. Here we go. Nope. Cool. Reformat. Alright, now we run. Where's our main? There we go. That one compiled? Looks like it compiled. All right, and then it is doing the frame by frame, by the way, and it gave us a score. So that's pretty cool, because I was thinking about this too. Did I? Because I don't know if you saw last week's stream, but I had to add the frame by frame because you need to ask for input at the same time that it's moving around the screen. It's like you can't really do that in a terminal otherwise. The one downside, or two downsides, is one, it's limited how many frames you can put in there. It's not going to run endlessly. Maybe we could try. Eventually, I think, maybe that would work. But the other one being that it may miss inputs because it's generating the next frame. But we talked about ways to possibly fix that. I'm curious if this code already accounted for that. But the biggest problem with this code is it's only like, what is that, 20 frames? And then I didn't get a chance to actually move using the arrows. Also, is this even moving the snake? Because if you look at it, if this is the snake and this is the fruit or vice versa, is it moving? Okay, this must be the snake because I think it moved one. Yeah, I believe it is moving to the right. Yeah, it is moving to the right. And then it ends. Oh, it got game over because I hit a wall. Okay, so maybe this would go longer then. All right, let's run. I'm going to go up. Oh, but then the keyboard. Oh, that was really fast. Let's try again. Up. Is it going up? It seems like it's not listening to arrow keys, so I'm going to try WSAD. I wonder if I have to hit like W and then up. Let's keep trying. W, enter. W, enter, W, enter, W, enter. No. Alright, well, let's read the code because I don't think it actually is listening to inputs. So let's see how it expects to do input. How readable is this code? Alright, creates a new snake gun. The game runs it. That's cool. It draws, moves. I'm still not seeing the input. Does anything change direction? This is private, so it would have to be within here. Move. But anyone change direction? I actually don't see... I don't see it handling any direction changes. I mean, it sets a direction, but I don't actually see it changing directions. That could just be an oversight that it had. Well, maybe we should try the Bard one next. So bonus for it having an actual score, ending when it hits a wall. Those are things that we didn't get to last week. So really cool that it had that. But negative points for not actually handling input, as far as I can tell. Let's move point. Yeah, that's not it. It's game over generated food. Yep, I'm not seeing. We can search for change direction. No, direction. It's the only time it sets direction here. Interesting. So I think that is another point off. So it didn't compile the first time and it didn't change directions the second time. Let's create a brand new one. We'll keep this one as is, but let's create another. We'll call this the Bard one. Bard snake game 423. And we'll move right along and we'll see if the Bard one works. Now we could obviously add back movement. Oh, why did this open in a new window? Oh, right. I gotta merge windows. Cool. All right, so we got a new project here. Hello world. Let's take the Bard code. In this one, does it actually offer a copy button? It does. Thank you. So that's a point right there for Bard. And we'll paste this guy. And does it compile? It does not. It's got many compilers. Oh, and Bard goes down. Actually, it might be a missing import. What is this? None of the following functions can be called from arguments supplied. It doesn't take an end argument. Let's see. Maybe they just imported the wrong thing. Maybe they didn't import anything. Yeah, I don't even see an import for print line. That's probably just built into Kotlin. Again, maybe a different version of Kotlin. But let's supply it with the error and see what we get from Bard. Are they all the same? So print line. Oh, this one's also wrong. It's a val. You can't reassign a val. Come on, Bard. What are you trying to do? Basic Kotlin, immutable, and same thing there. All right, well, that's at least 1 point off for Bard. We'll say another point off if it can't correct. I mean, there's no way to be able to correct all of those. I could list out the different issues. Okay, this code does not compile for multiple reasons. One, it's let's see. One, it uses the wrong number of arguments, or we'll just say the wrong arguments, because I don't know if it's the key or whatever it said. It uses the wrong arguments for print line. Is it print line? Yeah. Print line. 2, it tries to mutate the immutable snake object. 3, it tries to mutate the immutable what? What is this last one? Food. Is it just food? I think so. Food object. All right, so I told it everything. If it can fix it in 1, we'll just call that -1 point. If it can't fix it, I'm subtracting another point from Bard. You're correct. The code does not compile for multiple reasons. Here are the fixes. The printline function takes a single argument, which is a string. Yeah. In the code, the printline function is being called with 2 arguments, which are string and the end of line character. This is incorrect. The correct way to call the printline function is to use the following syntax. So just don't do the end. Okay, the snake object is immutable, which means that it cannot be changed in the code. The snake object is being mutated by the add and remove at methods. That is incorrect. The snake object should not be mutated. The food object is immutable, which means that it cannot be changed in the code. The food object is being mutated by the x and y properties. This is incorrect. The food object should not be mutated. Here's the fixed code. Okay, if all this fixed code works, that was pretty cool. But if it doesn't, oh, we've got another issue, guys. New clean paste. Yeah, it's almost the same thing. Isn't this all? Yeah, same thing. this time it's just overriding the snake altogether and the food. All right, we'll say minus 2 points for Bard. That also doesn't compile because it mutates two immutable objects. I'm not even going to tell them which ones. You need to figure this out. Oh, I saw I have 2 viewers. Anybody want to comment? Let's see if my comments work. I don't actually see anything on Twitch or multi-stream, so I don't know if that's just a problem with the plugin. Let's open up the actual... I got 1 on YouTube, 1 on Twitch, it seems. Well, thank you guys for watching either way. But do let me know, maybe off stream, if you tried to comment and I didn't see it. Oh, it says I have to log in to use Twitch chat. Well, that's dumb. I should be logged in already. My bad. Let me fix that. Give me a sec, guys. Any thoughts on if this code is going to compile this next round? Do you guys trust Bard? And which one are you liking so far? ChatGPT or Bard? Who's winning this race? All right, now it's emailing me. Trust me, guys. It's me, Randy. It's a me, Randroid. Okay, putting in my code. Oop, mistyped the code. Oh, no, it seems like it worked. Shield mode shortcut. Shield mode is a tool to customize a preset powerful safety settings. I don't need safety. All right, go ahead and try to chat if you're watching on Twitch. Oh, Jessica says, hola on Google, on YouTube. Chat GPD. GPD, huh? What's the D stand for? Generated predictive. Actually, I don't even know what the P stands for. Generated predictive dumb. All right, so we got YouTube chat on the multi-stream. We do not see Twitch chat. Well, if you're watching on Twitch, I would love a confirmation, but go ahead and do that whenever you can. Cool, guys. Let's try it. Now it's saying correct. The code does not compile because it mutates 2 immutable objects, the snake and the food, so it's smart enough to know that. See, Jessica, you can learn coding. You said department, stands for department. Fail. You can learn coding by doing stuff like this. Kind of. I would be interested in to know how like this works for a newbie trying to learn coding. I know you've taken some classes, but some drag and drop. What you see is what you get. Wizards or whatever they're called. But I would love to see you use something like this, right? If to like understand the underlying code. So this is actually smart. It found the 2 things that they're both immutable objects. Immutable meaning cannot be mutated or changed, which is very core to modern languages like Kotlin. Big problem in the old days of using code like Java, which Kotlin's based on, is that you would be running the app and it would just crash because somebody tried to mutate a piece of state data, object, whatever, that was null. So you changed the page or whatever, and it didn't have a reference to, I don't know, your profile or object, or in this case, your snake or your food, and it tried to move something. And so like this, trying to mutate something that can't be, something that's mutatable is risky. So in modern languages, they use immutable so that you have to code in best practices. You pass in something, render that thing as it is. Then if you want to change it, you pass in a different copy. You don't try to change the original copy because you don't know if somebody else already changed it. Anyways, I could get into that, and that's a deep conversation. But in this case, by default, everything that is value in Kotlin is not mutatable. It is not a variable. It is just a value. So this is width is always 20. Cannot change width. It's always going to be 20 once this code compiles. If I wanted to change this to 30, I would have to recompile, rerun the code after I change this. But at runtime, when I'm playing the game, I cannot change the size of the map, right? That kind of makes sense. But for snake, you need the snake to move around. So you do need to kind of change it so that this being a val is kind of a problem. So what's the safe way to mutate it in that case? Well, let's see what they say here. It means that it cannot be changed. In the code, the snake and food objects must be mutated by the drop, copy, and add methods. This is incorrect. The snake and food object should not be mutated. They're being mutated by that. Yeah, so a drop, copy, add, all those things are mutating in place. The real way to do it is to create a different copy of the snake that is no longer the same reference to it. Let me see if that's how they fixed it. If they even fixed it. I know that was a lot, but if you got questions, I'm here to answer them. Okay. Down to... Oh, no. It's doing the exact same thing, isn't it? Yeah, it is. I am so disappointed. I think that's 3 strikes, you're out, Bard. At this point, I would have to fix it myself. You kind of understand? Awesome. That's amazing, because at your age, I was so behind on this stuff. I didn't know any of this, so that's really cool. Let's look. Did I copy the wrong code? Let's see if they're actually mutating here. So snake equals new snake. That's cool. You can do new snake, new snake, new snake, new snake. But here, snake 0y, it's mutating it. Oh, no, it's checking it. It's checking if this position is less than. Okay, where's the mutate happening? Maybe I didn't copy properly. Let me try again. Copy. Nope, it definitely is mad at us. Snake equals new snake. Yeah, sorry, you can't do snake equals new snake. Gosh, man. Yeah, food and snake, same thing. I'm getting frustrated. That code has the same issue. Come on, man. At this point, I feel like I should fix it myself or throw it over to a ChatGPT to fix. I apologize for the previous errors. Here's the fixed code. You know what? I think you just don't know how to write Kotlin at this point. Yep, same problem. Dude, did you fix one of them but not the other? He totally did. Okay, well let's see how Bard fixed snake. So they use remove at. It's a variable, isn't it? No, it's not. It's a mutable list. Okay, so a mutable list, even though it is a value, that just means you can't reassign snake. But the type is not a list, which by default is immutable. It is a mutable list. So it says you can change the values inside by using certain functions that are fairly safe, like drop and stuff. But the value of snake will always be there. So this ensures that it's always initialized to at least this, and nobody can reassign it. They can empty the list, which is, could potentially cause different issues, but that's different than it not like ever existing. So that's a good fix, mutable list. Food, though, is still a immutable object. How do I know that? Well, if I give this a type, specify type, well, that's just going to tell me the class is a point, and it's a data class, and by default, data classes, well, there's no function to mutate this data class, the data inside of the data class. I think I could add a function to make it mutable. The other option, though, is if there's only ever one food at a time, this could just be a variable. So I'm going to go ahead and make this variable to get us past our dumb Bard. We'll go say 3 strikes, he's out. 4 strikes, really. It's also saying that this is not idiomatic Kotlin. Okay, so what does idiomatic mean? It doesn't follow the idioms of the language. It doesn't read like... It reads like Java, which is the predecessor to Kotlin, but there's actually a cooler, cleaner, slicker way to write if else in Kotlin. It is called a when statement. So that's what that underlined yellow is telling me. There's something wrong with this. I didn't actually read the warning, but if I hover over it, it's saying could be replaced with a when. Ta-da! Okay, so I could ask Bard to do that, but the thing about IntelliJ, even without AI, it actually knows. It's the one that told me this little light bulb, there's a problem. It actually knows stuff like this. It can fix it for me. So I just click this replace with, or I open up this light bulb and click replace with, or there's a command I usually use on my keyboard to do it. Same thing with these yellow squigglies. it says replace with readin or null. So that's a safer way to do this. But then it's also saying you don't even need that as a separate variable. You can just inline it, it's called. That's when you take a value that is used in one place like this, even if it's in two places, but in this case, used in one place. Oh, Louis Spaghetti! We got another guy here. Thank you for joining. Happy to have you. So, if you didn't watch last week, and if you didn't watch the beginning of the stream, you might be a little lost, but we are comparing Bard and ChatGPT. We're seeing if it can code a snake game in the terminal real quick. And Bard kept giving me bad Kotlin code that would not compile. Eventually, we got to something that compiled. That's what we're looking at now. And I'm just laughing, not laughing, but I am looking at all of its poor Kotlin coding mistakes and using IntelliJ to fix them up. That was pretty much it. All right, let me run it. We did run the ChatGPT version over here, and it had compiler errors at first. Second round, it actually worked, but the controls failed. So we got it basically our snake, which is this little X here, was going right. The fruit or food is over here. So it's going right, and it eventually hits the wall and loses the game. So at least it has a score. It has game over. The snake knows how to move. It knows how to generate the map. It knows how to generate the food. But there was no way to change controls or change directions. Like I tried WASD, I tried arrows, didn't work. So that's kind of a couple points off for Microsoft's Bing ChatGPT. But for Bard, we finally got it to compile, which it lost like 3 or 4 points in my rating scale for having all the issues it did. But now I can run it, and we're going to see if it works. All right. Oh my gosh. Is that it? Is that the code? All right, let me hit arrow key. I don't think it's doing anything. Oh. Okay, I don't know what that was, but that was not a snake game. And if you missed the very beginning of this, I asked ChatGPT and Bard to compare themselves to, and Bard was just going off about how they're so much better. Yeah, not the snake I remember either. That was very pathetic. Do we want to try to troubleshoot this? You know what would be funny is if we ask ChatGPT to fix this code. Should I do it? Let me do it. Let's see. You know what? It might be more than 2,000 characters. Ooh, no, it's not. Perfect. Okay. So here's what I'm going to say. The following was supposed to be a Kotlin terminal snake game, but it doesn't work. Can you fix it? ChatGPT is a bit slower. Bard responds pretty fast. I mean, it's not that it doesn't start responding. It starts responding pretty fast, but then it's like types it out, generates the text. But let's see. It said hello, or no, it didn't say hello. Here is a corrected version of the code that should work as a simple snake game. I wonder if it just like took the code it gave me before, or if it actually tried to modify the code I gave it. I mean, I imagine it tried to modify the code because it kept the comments that were there. So that's cool. I have pretty low faith that this is actually going to be any better, though. We'll find out. So you said you use GitHub Copilot. You're pretty sure that it just works with GPT-3. Right. Yeah, so I did that last week, too. I was exploring the different ones. So the Bing one I like because it's ChatGPT 4. But I do have Copilot. For some reason, it's not actually generating in this window, but it does generate when I write a data class food, right? Like it knows how to generate code. So that's the autocomplete that it's doing there. I also tried, I like IntelliJ's IDE much better, right? Especially all the shortcuts and stuff. I'm pretty noob when it comes to Visual Studio Code. But I also have Visual Studio Code, which has Copilot Labs. Have you tried that yet? Copilot Labs has the brushes. It's like different tool set. So here, I can analyze the code. This is like explaining what the code does. So if I did this and then said explain, it would try to break it down for me. Then it has these brushes, which allow you to make it more readable, add types, fix a bug, debug, chunk, all these other brushes. So yeah, this is called GitHub Copilot Labs. I saw a blog about it, and I think it's part of the new Copilot X stuff. Copilot X being like the next generation of Copilot that like has plugins for Microsoft Word and stuff. This is currently only Visual Studio Code from what I can tell, but I was using it last week to fix bugs. The main problem I can see with it, so this is explaining the code, that seemed to work pretty well. I mean, I didn't read it, but I imagine it's pretty decent. I don't know if it's using ChatGPT 4 or not, but the thing that kind of sucks about it is that these brushes, which are super valuable, they only work on small amounts of code. So it doesn't have the full context of like the 2,000 lines of code here. But if I like copied a whole function, it would know about it. But if I copied the whole class, it's like, nope, too long. So you would have to have like, I don't know, you'd have to minimize your code or select only bits of it. And then you can say, I don't know, make it more readable. I don't actually trust the make it more readable thing. It's generating right now. We'll see what it does. It is pretty cool, though. I think this is actually kind of the future of of Copilot, is not just generating code, but um, letting you analyze specific pieces of it and rewrite. Yeah, I don't think that readable does anything, to be honest. Maybe because it was already pretty clean. I don't know. Fix bug, clean. To try clean. I might do formatting and stuff. I'm not sure. Yeah, that doesn't seem to be doing anything. But if I did have a bug in here, if I said grow, actually, I don't know if grow tail is in the stuff I'm highlighting. Let's see. Remove snake, eat fruits. Who calls this? I'm just trying to make a simple bug. Actually, this already has a bug in it. Let's see if it's smart enough to fix it. Generate random positions. What is the bug? This is one reason why I don't like Visual Studio Code, is I don't know how to jump around in it. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong. This is actually saying it can't resolve. But anyways, I did use the fix bug last week. It seemed to work. But yeah, it's more beta. But that's pretty cool. And you can write tests for TypeScript, which is sad because I'm not using TypeScript. I do have that on my not bucket list, my to-do list for probably next week's stream. The next topic for today, though, after this game, once we're finished with this game, is going to be some TDD stuff. But random question: would you consider yourself a gamer, or do you just use Twitch to stream dev stuff? Yeah, no, I do some game stuff. Most of my streams are actually just Randroid plays, which is just me playing Fortnite with my niece who's watching on YouTube right now because I'm multi-streaming. But yeah, I'm trying to get more into the dev streaming stuff. It's kind of my passion. I just really like streaming. I like coaching other people. That's what I do for a living. But if I could combine that with my love for, teaching, streaming, I just like making videos and stuff. I used to make some technical videos, but I don't live stream typically. I just started doing this a couple weeks ago with AI because of how cool the space is, and I just want to explore it, and I think it's pretty cool to watch. But yeah, I do some Fortnite streaming, really. Some Witcher 3 as well, but usually just pretty casual. I'm not at my PC or anything. I built this PC behind me. You can watch my YouTube videos of me building this PC last year because my young nephew was making fun of my 5-year-old PC, and I was like, I'll show you. And I built this PC, and I've played 0 games on it. No, I played a couple of games on it. So, kind of a gamer, but I mostly stick to the consoles, to be honest. But yeah, I'll do some more game streams in the future. Okay, let's go back. That's the other tool we were using last week. I'm not really going to use that this week. So what happened? We asked it to fix our game. Did we actually try that? I can't remember. Let's go back to Microsoft Edge. So copy this guy. All right, we are in the barred one, but I'm going to go ahead and replace this. So one dumb thing about the ChatGPT one is they don't have a copy button that actually copies. What do you call it? Doesn't copy. I know there's a shortcut to jump higher. Nope, it's not that one. It's not that one. I thought I knew it. I guess I don't. I'm gonna remap that. All right, let's rerun this guy. Yeah, there's no way to copy just the code. Okay, so this is the same freaking mistake. They keep trying to mutate. I don't know if you've ever written any code or Kotlin or anything, but yeah, these are immutable, and it's trying to mutate it. So it thought it fixed it. To be honest, I would have to look at what it did, but create a game loop. Does it listen for, does it even print the full map? Which was the main point to begin with. Generate food, but does it generate the map? We could fix this. So to fix this, we need, so it's passing in food. But then is it trying to set, I wonder if it's trying to set like I don't know why it's passing in food. Let's look at who calls this. So it already has food here at the, I guess there's no class here, so it's not at the class level. But I think this is all in main. It is not. I wonder if we need a class in order to pull this out. Probably, right? Var. Saying can be val because nobody's mutating it. Yeah. So if this was a class, a quick hacky fix would be to not pass this in, and then you could just modify it. Food. This code's just broke. Plus, I don't actually see a lot of the code you would need. I don't see it generating a map. I see the snake, I see the food, I see direction. So I'm pretty sure Bard fails. Yeah. So I'm going to call this a win for being ChatGPT 4.0. And we're going to go on to our next topic. Looking at chat here, if you have time after the stream, I've been going through Twitch streams and asking streamers if they want to playtest a short game. Working on a college project. Sure. Yeah, I would love to. I actually went to school for game development, believe it or not. Game and simulation programming. I was a game tester for a while, but I did have a small app development company. It was always part-time though. It never really took off. Yeah, I'm passionate about game dev. It's one of my streams, not stream. I guess I did do streams last year on Google, on YouTube, for game development with my nephew. I was trying to teach him game development. So we have a game jam on there. If you watch that, it's like a 36-hour game jam where we try to build a game. But yeah, I would be happy to try your game. Sure. I love giving feedback. Okay, so let's abandon this. We'll call it a partial win for ChatGPT, even though it doesn't have the controls to change the direction of the snake. Yeah, so send me the link. I'll check it out. Switching gears here, though, I wanted to try some TDD. So let's create a new project. I'm tempted to code something I'm not as familiar with. So I've done some React projects, but I'm pretty rusty at the moment, and web has never been my main platform. I'm mostly doing mobile. I also have the idea to do. Okay, so I have a few ideas. Another one was making a Mac app, but I don't want to write in Swift. So there's Compose multi-platform, which is Kotlin based. I don't know if it does support desktop and web. I'm curious. I know nothing about it. Like, I haven't touched the code, and everything I know about it would just be from using Compose in Android. So I might be able to work with this. But I'm also thinking to not go too crazy this week. But I'm probably going to stream for another hour maybe. And I want to focus mostly on TDD. And so what we could do instead is stick with like a very small test app, basically. That have you guys ever heard of katas? I've explained this before, but they're basically like coding exercise for devs to get practice at coding. The word comes from like martial arts. When you do a kata, I've explained this on a past stream a long time ago. But if you look at YouTube and you go dojo katas, something like that. So here's a tutorial of how you would do a kata for high-end shodan. I don't know exactly what that one is, but The point being is you practice your craft, and I consider programming a craft, by doing simple moves. You start out really slow doing the motions, going through the motions, doing the simple moves over and over and over, repeating them until you get really smooth with them and they become second nature. And once you know the basics of the craft and you can do these things from memory, you can expand on them and build even crazier techniques. But you do these to stay fresh when you're coding, and you do these with TDD especially. And they're usually just like, it's hard to explain the coding ones without finding some good examples. But anyways, I haven't really done them for years, but they're the perfect practice for TDD. So let me look for a TDD, I'll just say coding to be really clear, kata. Nice, I see that link. I will check that out in a bit. Katas. All right, bowling. Okay, I love the bowling one. Let me see if this is the one I remember. Yeah, okay. So bowling, which most people have tried, right, is has rules that are kind of tricky when you first think about it. And the reason this is perfect for a testing TDD test-driven development exercise, a kata especially, is that if you had to build a bowling game from memory and just try to build all the rules into it, even if it's just text-based, like terminal-based, like our snake game, the hard part of it, the logic of it, doing the scoring would be kind of tricky, because think about how you score in bowling, right? You're throwing a ball, you have 10 frames. On the first 9 frames, what possible scores can you get each frame? So if you start thinking about the logic, it becomes hard to keep in your head. And the reason why TDD is great, because it breaks hard problems into small steps. So think about the bowling problem is, on the first frame, say I throw the first ball and I get a strike, my turn is over. That frame is over. You don't get a second roll because you've knocked everything down. And that's true for the first 9 frames. On the 10th frame, that's not true, because you get 3 rolls. Kind of. You get 2 rolls to get all 10 pins. If you get all 10 within 2, you get an extra roll. So that's a little weird rule, right? So you got to keep that rule in your head. And then, okay, what if I didn't? So if I did get the 10 frames, or 10 pins on the first frame, what is my score? You might say 10. That's actually not true. It doesn't calculate your score. Maybe it is 10 at that point, but it doesn't really, usually they don't show you your score until you miss and don't get a strike. And the reason for that is the strikes compound and spares compound. Like, you get bonuses for multiple strikes and spares in a row. So I don't actually know the rules at the top of my head, but we could ask ChatGPT for the rules and they would give us a bulleted list of the rules. But in fact, why don't we do that instead of reading this giant? Well, it's not even that long, but I'm curious if ChatGPT would be a nice use of ChatGPT to ask it this question. So we're gonna go back to Microsoft Edge. Yeah, we're gonna jump into doing some TDD test-driven development in Kotlin using the bowling kata test project or test example. Cool. So I'm gonna reset here. Where's the reset button? It's not showing it to me. There it is. Okay. And I'm going to say, give me a bulleted list of all the scoring rules. Scoring rules for bowling. Let's see what that gives us. Probably a better way to word it. And if it gives me a weird answer, I can rephrase it. But yeah, there's like bonuses. So if I got a strike and then I got 9 pins, I wouldn't get 10 plus 9. I would get something more than that, because you get a bonus for strikes. All right, so it says an open frame is when a bowler fails to knock down all 10. Okay, so open frame, that's when you actually calculate the score. Making neither a strike nor a spare. And again, a spare is when you get all 10 in 2 rolls. Strike, obviously, is when you get all of them in 1 roll on that frame. The score is calculated by adding up the number of pins that were knocked over on both bowls. A spare indicates that is indicated by a slash on a scorecard happens when you knock down all 10 of the pins on your second attempt at the frame. A spare will award you 10 points plus a bonus of whatever you roll on your first shot of next frame. Okay, so let's do the spare calculation. Let's say I got 10, but I did it in 2 rolls, so that would be a spare. And on my second frame, I got 9, so I would get 19 for the first frame, and then I would get 9 for the second frame. See how that works? A strike, indicated by an X on the scorecard, happens when you knock down all 10 pins with your first roll on a frame. A strike is worth 10 points plus the number of pins on your next 2 shots. The bowler gets an additional roll if a spare is earned, and 2 additional rolls if a strike is earned on the 10th frame. The total number of pins knocked down is added up to the running total. So the maximum score you can get in bowling is if you followed these rules and you got a strike on the first 9 frames and you got 3 strikes in a row on the 10th frame, with all the bonuses, you would get 300 is the maximum score in bowling. Okay, so let's take these rules now that we know how spares and strikes are calculated, and let's do a kata. So I'm going to ask ChatGPT for the first test. So I am writing a bowling scorekeeper that runs in the terminal and is written in Kotlin. It asks for my score. It asks for it asks me how many, let's see, it starts by asking me how many pins I knocked down on the first roll. It proceeds to ask me for the number of pins for all of my rolls, one after the other. If it follows traditional bowling rules, so it will only ask for 1 roll. So it will ask for 2 rolls for open frames and only 1 roll for strikes. The code should return my current score after each of my answers. I want you to help me TDD this code. What is my first unit test? Cool. So I don't know if this is the right way to do this. So I basically am giving it like a product owner's definition of the problem, right? I'm speaking for the product. I'm not talking about code. I talked a bit about the functionality and the interface that we're using. We're using the terminal, and I gave it kind of the rules of bowling. I told it to look up the rules of bowling, but I basically said it's a regular game of bowling and reminded it that it should only prompt me for how many pins I knocked down once if I got a strike on a frame, right? I didn't remind it that there's only 10 frames. I didn't mind it that you get a bonus roll on the 10 frames. I'm hoping it remembers that sort of thing. And I didn't ask it to write all the code. I didn't ask it to write all the tests. I'm starting to have it write the first test. Now, obviously, if I was doing a coding exercise with a pair, one of us would drive, one of us would navigate, and one person would tell the other what code to probably write, and we would try to write the code, a failing test, right? And so I could do that. I could write a failing test, and I could ask Copilot for what is the actual code that would make this test pass. But I'm going to start here by saying, okay, I'm just completely confused about where to even start. How do I write the first test? Let's see what it says. It's suggesting that I write a test that says, by the way, and let's just copy this into a new project and go from there. So we're going to call this bowling TDD 423. Again, the date. Oh, but I want it to be, I decided to go with Kotlin after all. Kotlin terminal instead of compose. We'll do that at some point in the future. Sorry, bowling kata 423. Window, merge all windows. Great. So where's the bowling? Okay, we're in the bowling project. Now I want to add a test. So why don't we start here? New Kotlin class. I wonder if test is even an option. It doesn't really say. What if I wanted a? Here's one thing I'm gonna do. You know what? I don't want to generate any production code. I want to start with a test. So I'm going to say I don't even know what the name of the test should be. I'm just going to call it test class for now. Obviously, it's going to be a unit test, so it's probably going to have the name of the class that we're, or the part of the code that we're testing. But let's just start like this and see what happens. So if I paste this in, whoops, that's not it. This guy, again, don't know why copy doesn't work. I'm going to have to copy the whole thing. Don't love that. Come on, Microsoft. What's going on there? All right. Cool. First thing it's saying is, I don't know what @test means. So this is an annotation in Kotlin. It's make tested annotation class. No. I basically am missing some imports here. I don't ever start from a blank project like this, to be honest. I usually use Gradle. I don't know what this is using to pull in dependencies. So this is kind of new for me, to be honest. I need the test dependency. And this is not offering it to me. And I don't want to make that. How can I add? Let's ask Bard. How can I import? How can I let's see. Add a testing library to a Kotlin command line project. Let's see what it can figure out. Anyone on chat now? Anyone know the answer to this? So I'm treating Bard as my pair programmer. Alright, so open the projects, build.gradle. Okay, the first thing it told me to do is build.gradle, which is what I would normally do, but I didn't actually see that. Yeah, we don't have that. Add library dependency. Not Android. We do not want to add an Android library dependency. Do I add Gradle to the project? I don't even know how this is actually building, to be honest. Program arguments, interesting. I don't know how to do this. That's crazy. They're not mentioning any. Okay, so Gradle will help us manage dependencies and build our project. So I can add Gradle. I'm wondering if there's a good, easy way to do that. Modules, SDKs, class path, problems, interesting global libraries, artifacts, facets, libraries. I wonder if when I created the project I could have chosen like a Gradle project instead. Let's see, test resources, dependencies, here we go. Java runtime. How do I add dependency? Okay, add library, not Maven. Kotlin Dev, module dependency. I don't have any other modules. What if I said from, well, let's say Java and see what it asks. Now it asks me to find a local one. Let's see, what about from Maven instead of using Gradle directly? Maybe this will put it in a Gradle, to be honest. Okay, let's give this a shot. We will need to find a place to get it from, though. There's got to be a better way. This is not the right way, guys. Let's try this again. New project. May even art type. I wonder if there's Gradle on here. Not Android. Android does come with Gradle, but I just want to do a command line Kotlin project. As groovy Gradle. There we go. I was using the IntelliJ build system. I should have been using Gradle instead. All right. Well, let's recreate. We'll call this something slightly different. We'll just call it bowling 423. I should have said this window. We don't need this one. Yeah, I don't want to get too distracted about the wrong thing. All right, so now this has Gradle. That's a little more than like I'm used to, so we can add some dependencies in here. Great. In fact, I think it should be smart enough to do it for us. Right now, Gradle is syncing. Gradle is a bit slower, but that's fine. Ooh, it actually says it's got a compiler issue. Add a standalone script? No, I don't know what you're talking about. Refresh Gradle. Let's see if it, yeah, it's not going to run. Something wrong with the Gradle it's trying to use. Let's see what this standalone script does. Codehouse Groovy Control Multi, I don't know. Don't unsupported Java. There's the problem. Gradle settings or upgrade Gradle wrapper. Can I just use Gradle 17? So this is on my personal laptop. I don't know if I've only got Java 20. So I think I'm gonna upgrade. This is my personal one. There's no reason I can't upgrade my Gradle plugin. All right, so that's gonna download a newer version of Gradle that knows how to work with the newer version of Java. So not to bore you guys with this stuff. Hopefully we'll get back to the exercise in just a sec. These are the sort of things that we could cut out of a video that we post on YouTube, but you unfortunately have to deal with when doing a live stream. Enable auto reload. That sounds cool. Let's do that. Refresh Gradle. Still doesn't like it. Oh, this is a different issue this time. Could not open init generic class cache initialization script. Yeah, I wonder if that's that stupid script. Remove script. Refresh now. I don't actually know what that does, to be honest. Never seen that before. Let's see if it's still not building here. Bug, exception, phase semantic analysis. Okay, we're going to try something. We're going to invalidate the cache and reopen. If that doesn't work, we'll download Gradle and download Java. Downgrade Java to Java 17. It's opening all the projects in separate windows. Okay, there, we're back. All right, hopefully that did the trick, but it doesn't look like it. No, it's still mad at me. Unsupported class file, major version 64. Is that something in the plugins? Again, apologies. JVM 18, 1.8, JVM 11. Code insight unavailable. Let's try the project settings. Build. Compiler. Kotlin. KTOR. Spring. We're not using Spring. Tools. Terminal. Come on. This is the one thing about the Java running things on JVM. It's always been a pain, unlike web development where you can just run in a browser. It just works. I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of client-side tools in web world now too. It's not that simple. You got Node and all that. But yeah, why did this startup not just work? We can try downgrading. I don't know too much about this error. I guess I can Google it. I could ask Bing, since that's kind of the point of the stream. Let's do that. I'm getting this error when trying to build a Gradle Kotlin command line project. How can I fix it? Searching the internet for your problem. While we're at it, let's ask Bard, just for funsies. This error message indicates that Gradle is unable to open its cache due to an issue with initialization script. One possible cause of this issue is that Gradle is using an unsupported version of JVM. To fix this issue, you can try verifying the JVM version being used. Gradle and specify unsupported JVM version. For example, if you're using IntelliJ, you can go to Settings, Build, Execution Deployment, Build Tools, Gradle, and change the Gradle JDK. Ooh, that's kind of what I was looking for. All right. Yes, this is trying to use 20 for Java. Or not, Gradle JVM. Yeah, I wonder. Let's just try getting a different version. Let's download a different version, guys. What should we try? These are all 20. Can I not get older versions? Is this not? Yeah, this is not showing. Oh, so I said 20. I think it said something about 17 when we first got the error. So let's downgrade to 17, and we'll go with the Oracle OpenJDK. I won't dive into the whole Oracle and Java and who owns it. Just know that Java's been around for many decades now, 90s I think. Worked with one of my early bosses actually. Worked for Sun Microsystems, the company that developed Java. And then they got bought out by Oracle, and Oracle sued everyone saying, you can't use our platform's code or whatever. Anyways, eventually OpenJDK, which is the Java development kit, but an open version of it, was released, and now everyone uses that. So they have to pay license fees to Oracle. Okay, did that do anything? Let's refresh. So far so good? No. Same issue. JVM tool. It's still using 1.8 here. It should be 1.7 now, because we switched to JVM. Project settings. Build module. Projects. Reload from disk. Compare with open module settings. There we go. No SDK. That's using 20. Why are you using 20? Download JDK. Okay, let's move this guy to 17 as well. Oh, I put it in the wrong spot. Why would you put it there? Yeah, every time I switch to Oracle, it switches to... Oh, my bad. So that was 20. Okay. Which one of these should I use then? I guess I don't care. Didn't seem to do anything. Well, this is no fun. Switch this guy to 17 too. Refresh. More promising? Do 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 boom. Okay. Alright, well, while that runs, we were going to create a test file, so let's go ahead and do that on this new project. Again, let's just call it bowling test .kt for Kotlin. And then I think I have here somewhere the test at test. Yeah, it was this guy, right? I'm missing a class. Alright, am I not missing a class here? Alright, so it is still trying to resolve the JVM. Let's read the test. Okay, so they're saying we start out with a test that's going to ask for a number of pins knocked down on first roll. Alright, so the input is going to be 5, so I'm going to put 5. Input byte array input stream, system set in input stream, output stream, byte array output stream, set out print stream, output stream, start game, output stream dot toString, assert true. Enter number of pins knocked down on first roll, assert 5, get first roll. Okay, so this is a little wordy, but this setup basically can be moved out of the test. That will help. And the reason why this is here is because this is run in the terminal, and so in order to simulate a game, they're going to actually start a real game, but in order to access the terminal and see what was the game asked, see that the game asked this question, and see that we responded with 5, it needs to have access to both the input and output streams. So first off, this is setting the input to 5, then it does the output stream. Well, then it does start game. I'm not 100% sure, because I don't normally work on the command, like in the terminal building apps like this, but I'm not 100% sure that this is going to work. I mean, these are system level things, so maybe it will. But obviously, the code that we need to build, so this test is going to fail because start game doesn't exist. This stuff is all system level stuff, so it does exist. So I think it makes the test hard to read. So I'm going to actually pull all of this out, if I can. So first off, set in, yeah, almost, I'm not sure this is even going to work, but let's go ahead and first, I'm wondering if I should leave it as is and then refactor. It's probably better to leave it as is and then refactor. So anyone doesn't know TDDs, you know what, this seems to be locked up, so I'm going to go ahead and clear cache again. So for test-driven development, there's the practice of TDD, and then there's the there's like the discipline, the craft, the practice of TDD, test-driven development, and then there's the principles behind it. And so I'm more in favor of the principles behind test-driven development and testing in general than the actual practice, but we're going to do the practice here. And the practice is, the common practice that most people follow is actually built off of the test first practice, which is you write a test before any code, like any production code, you write test code. So we're not writing like the game class. We are starting with just the test class. And so the first step is to write a failing test, then get the test to be green, so red because it failed, then green because it passed, and then refactor. It's called the red-green refactor. Test-driven development cycle, process, steps, whatever you want to call it. The refactor is important because then you don't just keep crappy architecture and crappy code around, you iterate over time. So each test you write, you end up making the code a little more readable and adapting it to a better designs over time. So if you just got the test to pass, you might do something hacky. You have to actually put a little engineering into it. All right, so this is mad because it's saying we're using the wrong JDK. Invalid Gradle JDK configuration. Change JDK location. Can't you just download JDK, please? Can't you shut it up for me? Gradle user home. Just use the wrapper, man. Right here. Oh, but is that right? Is that not JDK? Let me try again. 17. Do I need the 64-bit architecture? Let me try getting the 64-bit version. I'm going to copy this. I changed it to 20. Now it's installing 17. But I just changed it to 20. Yeah, so it doesn't like 20. That's for sure. I'm going to go back to 17. Alright, if this doesn't work, I'm just going to set up Java myself. I normally do anyways. Alright, refresh Gradle. Yeah, it doesn't work. Change JDK location. Yeah, we're going to do that. Okay, we're going to install Brew because I don't think I have it installed yet. Alright, so there's some command line tools we can install that will help a lot with this. First off being Brew or Homebrew. You need to install it first from a website, so I'm just going to do that. Ew, this is my new Mac. I don't even know my password. What is my password? Okay, I have it here. Okay, it's going to install that. This is like a package manager for terminal packages, meaning like applications, and you can upgrade different versions, different packages, install new tools. And so one of the tools that we're going to install is one that manages your Java implementation, your Java installation. So JDK, by the way, Java Development Kit, that's the framework for people who want to write Java apps. JVM, or the Java SDK, is for running Java applications. So most computers know how to run Java applications. That was the cool thing about Java back in the day, is it ran across many different types of computers. Kotlin, of course, the code we're actually coding gets compiled down to Java. That's why Java is important here. So there's a chance that I have like an old version of Java and a new version of the Java Development Kit. So I don't know, might have to reconcile the two. So normally I just manage my own Java installation instead of using the one that's default with Macs. And so this is going to have to download command line tools for Xcode, which Xcode is the program like IntelliJ for building iOS and Mac apps, and they have command line tools that Mac terminals themselves use. And so one of the very first things you do when you get a new Mac is download the command line tools for Xcode. So that's what is happening now because Brew depends on those. While this installs, let's take a short break, maybe 5 or 10 minutes, and then we'll come back. Be right back. Hello. Okay, I installed Homebrew, and then to add it to my shell profile, I need to run these commands. So I'm going to run these. Yeah. Did it work? I think so. Reopen the terminal. Said brew. Brew not found. Oh, parse error. So I clearly copied something wrong. Oh, it's 2 lines. My bad. No, it doesn't like that one either. Echo. I'm missing it. Huh. Echo eval. This guy. Wait, where did this quote come from? Oh. What the heck? Totally messed that up. Let's do brew. I can't do brew help. Shoot. Let's see what it says here. Brew install packages. Brew won't install files outside. Dang it. Alright, looking this up. You need to add the homebrew to the path. This is the command. I don't know what I copied earlier, but this is the command. Okay. And brew. Cool. Now we have brew. Okay, so brew install JDK at 17. Open JDK. Installing. Downloading, actually. You get the point. All right. All of this to write a simple test. I wonder what version of Java this thing thinks it's running in. So let's look at the Gradle wrapper. Say what version of Java this needs to use. Say what version of Gradle wrapper this is. It's KSH. Okay, we'll try this. Gradle W. Added support for Java 19. So yeah, they're not at 20 yet. So that's probably the problem. Like Gradle is trying to set itself up, but it is saying I found 1 incompatible and 3 stopped daemons. Okay, it failed. JVM to 11 integer literal does not configure the expected action Java 2. Yeah, so something's weird with the Java version. To be expected. Alright. What if we downloaded Java 19? Okay. Kotlin compiler. Latest stable. Target JVM. 19. Apply. Okay, we got Java now. Alright, so we're going to add a symlink here to point to the Java we want to add. Put in my password again. Oh man. Apple. Okay. And then what else did it say? Which means it's on the symlink. If you need to have OpenJDK first in your path, run this one. So we'll go ahead and do that too. So now we should have 17 in our path. So that means we'll change this to 17. I don't know if this needs to be 1.7. Try. Let's just go ahead and do it. And 7 to 22. Apply that. Gradle. This guy needs to be OpenJDK 17. Here it is. Apply. Alright, hopefully that does the trick. Would you like to install a shell check to verify your shell scripts? Yeah, actually. Go ahead. Does that work? Oh, no, it's still building. I thought it worked. Let me close some of these. Yeah, it doesn't like this. This must have changed. Let's see what ChatGPT says about this. Issue with build script for Gradle. Specifically, it seems that on line 22, users are literals being passed argument, action type. To fix this, you will need to update code in line 22, file to pass action instead. Yeah, okay. You might update in this example, we're using a lambda expression to grade data set. That sets the language version to 11. I don't want it to be 11. Maybe that's the problem. How do you set the Java toolchain? Or is it 1.7? No. Set for Kotlin with Java 17. Is Java spec, language spec, what is this? I wonder if now that we have JDK 17, if we just need a new project. Let's try that. Man, I hate setting up new machines for this exact reason. All right, so if we set this to 17 out of the box, none of these, right? Yeah, none of these. Open JDK 17, contents, bin, this guy? No. It wants the actual root folder, maybe? This guy. Cool. Add sample code. We'll say Randroid. Con.Randroid. Artifact untitled. Sure. Okay. Trying one more time. This is the bowling kata 423B. This one does fine. Still uses this syntax. What the heck is that? Maybe it will just work this time. So it's downloading the compiler diff. That's using Gradle 742, which is lower. I think before it was the Gradle wrapper 7.6. Download pre-built shared index to reduce it. Sure, always download. All right, hopefully that worked. I mean, it definitely is not letting me run this, but let's see what Gradle says. Not seeing any syntax or sync or anything. Maybe now that it's indexed, I can run it. Yes, please work. Well, that's a waste of 20 minutes. We'll never get back, but I think we're good. Okay, that worked. Yeah, sorry guys. Okay, so now I know if I want to use Gradle, I got to choose that, and I should set a lower version of Java or JDK, because boy, does it not like JDK 20. All right. Sorry about the delay. Let's jump right back in and do some TDD. All right, new Java class. I wonder if there's a new tests file. No, they don't really have that. I know of a nice way to create a test if you had a class, but let's go ahead and just do it ourselves. We'll say bowlingtests.kt, and then let's, whoa. I said .kt. I must have missed the dot on that one. Delete. New bowling. I wonder if I don't. I'll just say bowling test. Okay, bowling test did it for us. And then we'll say at test, and now it knows about these dependencies. So we can use Jupyter, which is JUnit 5. I'm partial to JUnit 4, but let's go ahead and use JUnit 5. All right, and then public void test. It's already helping us write a test. Probably not the test name I'd give it. So let's go with the generated test that we had earlier. Yeah, this one. Minus these two lines. And this garbage. Boom. All right. Nope. Doesn't like that. Definitely something wrong. What am I doing? Something's weird here. What am I missing? Doesn't like the fun. So the test doesn't like. Annotations are not allowed here? Well, that's just a lie. Add test. See, it even wants to add a test there. fun test. Boom, boom. Yep, doesn't like it. What the heck? You know what? I'm being dumb. Oh, what happened there? It must not like these backticks. No, that's fine. I thought maybe it doesn't want to be in a class. Hey man, I just want a basic freaking test. Okay, try this. Oh, it's Java. Ew, I said. So I didn't put the KT in, so it just chose Java. Gross. Oh, I chose Java class, guys. I chose Java. That's why. Duh. Anyone say that in chat? Did anyone catch that? No. So sad, people. There we go. Convert to Kotlin from Java. No, it is already Kotlin. Cool. At test. Imports. All right, we're back, guys. Okay. Now this is the dependency that we can import. That's for terminal use. Same with this one. Same with this one. This is new code we don't have yet. This is a test code, which we import from Jupyter Assertions. All right, again, just importing stuff. Get first roll. Okay, that doesn't exist. So what I realized, I didn't even see this function before, is that we're not testing start game. We are testing get first roll. So a couple things. One, the format of this test is just not clean. So I'm going to I'm going to extract this to a variable, and we'll call it results. Okay, and then this guy, there's all of this can just almost go to, okay, I'm pretty sure most of this can just go to helper functions. Let's just keep it separate for now. I don't want to extract something wrong. Okay, refactor later. All right, first off, it wants us to start game and get first roll. Don't love that we need to start the game and get first roll. I don't think I would code it this way, to be honest. What if we go the other way? Instead of letting ChatGPT tell us what our first test should be, why don't we try to figure out what our first test should be? So I don't like saying get first roll. What I'm going to say, get second roll? Kind of dumb, right? I do like saying start game. I think we should start the game. And the problem with that is we would then start from frame 1 or roll 1 every time. So how do we write tests for different frames? I think what we need, so I'm thinking ahead, maybe too much in my head about this, but like we probably need some kind of state saying what the score currently is. So if you basically said calculate score, so here's your score currently. Like here's the game currently. You rolled this on this frame and this on that frame, and you had this score. Calculate what my next score would be. There's almost two things at play here, right? One is a terminal that just gets inputs and outputs a value, like your score. And the other one is the score calculator, which could be unit tested almost separately, right? Normally, I think you would focus the kata on the score calculator. We can go back to this kata page and see what they suggest. Requirements: write a class called game that has two methods, roll and score. It's called each time the player rolls a ball. The argument is the number of pins knocked down. Okay, so I kind of like this architecture a bit more than what they had, which is get first roll. This at least you can say, well, you just say roll, you don't say first roll. But again, this is a score calculator that doesn't work with the terminal. It's you just passing in a score. I was going one step further by making it interactive. The other piece that's kind of still missing here, though, is how does it know my past score? I guess it's in the game, so there's like a state in the game. So if we were to go this route, there'd be an underlying score, and then you pass it another roll. But it doesn't know what frame. There'd have to be like an underlying frame as well. Like it would know what frame you're on, because if you call score and the game's over, you know, it shouldn't. I don't know, if you call roll and the game's over, it should give you like an error probably. Probably overthinking this. Oh, it was inspired by Uncle Bob. Uncle Bob wrote this. Okay. I think I'm gonna take a step back and just do the input stream, like get the inputs first. So if we don't, or like just the game loop. So let's start with the game loop. So I don't want to actually assert on what score you put in. So I don't want to get the first roll. But I do like this idea of starting the game with a prompt for what did you roll? Enter number of pins knocked down on your first roll. And I wouldn't say first roll. Maybe we could pluralize this. Maybe a better way to say on roll number 1, roll number 2. But that's not good either, because who cares how many rolls you're on? You want to know what frame you're on, like roll 1 of frame 1 or roll 2 of frame 2. That'd be more important. So why don't we dumb this down even more and just say enter number of pins knocked down. We'll come back to the idea of knowing what frame you're on. Alright, so I expect it to prompt me for this. Cool. Nothing else. I don't want it to keep my score around. I don't want it to... So we're trying to find the simplest first step we can possibly do. So if that's the case, I don't need input stream. And I don't know if I like the idea of checking the output stream directly. Seems a little tied to the implementation. But this is about the game loop, so let's go ahead and try it. So output equals output toString. So this would get all the output. All right, let's try it. Create a function, not here. I want to create a new class. So we can create it here and then try to move it to a class. One way to do that, if it wasn't private, first off, we can try to move it, and it's going to yell at me. It's not going to like, yeah, it doesn't want to move. One thing is you can create a delegate is if we passed in something called game. So game. First off, it's not going to know what game is, so we can create a class. I wonder if we can do it all in one step, which is move it to a new class. Kotlin's a little weird. In Java, there's much easier refactor here. But let's assume move to companion object, convert member to extension. No, I don't want that. Enable trailing. Move to companion object is close, and that's not exactly what I want either. So I'm going to make this a real class. Create class. Extract a separate file, which is what I wanted. Game, but it is putting in the test. We don't want that. We want it in our real code. Okay, so now we have a game class. And then we want this function to move into it. So this is some advanced stuff, but we want to convert parameter to a receiver. So that's kind of what the receiver would look like. Kotlin, this refactor I swear is broke. I don't know why it adds the game twice. And this is making it like an extension function. Yeah, it's freaking very weird. Now I still can't move it. Yeah, that's not how you do it. So it's dumb. I think instead what we're going to do is we're going to do this. Val game. Yeah, it knows what we're doing. Val game equals game. And then we're going to call game.start game. Cool. And then it doesn't know what start game is. So let's go ahead and create that. All right. Well, now we are green in the sense that we're able to go to the next step, which is compiling. It doesn't show any compiler errors. This is all setup code, and this is the actual test. You're starting the game. This is what you expect. So if I run this test, it's going to fail because I didn't implement this function. But let's see what the failure was. An operation is not implemented. Not implemented yet. Specifically, this line. It's a big to-do. Okay, So I can get rid of that, right? Like, what's the smallest step I could take? I could just not. Oh, there you go. Just directly print enter number of pins knocked down. Beautiful. What if I... How did it know that? Wow. It knew what I expected. That is cool. So I don't even have to tell it what my test is. It's smart enough to put 2 and 2 together. So that actually is going to create a passing test, I believe. Holy crap. It worked. And just to prove that it worked, if I would have said, you know, tacos, obviously that's not what we're expecting, so that should fail. Yeah, failed. Expected true. So I don't actually like this expected true bit. Let's refactor this slightly and you'll see why. But we'll make this another variable and we'll call it expected. And so now it's saying instead of starts with, output starts with, I don't know if I love starts with. Can we make these equal? Add names, add qualifier. Yeah, don't see a quick refactor, so I'm just going to say assert equals. And then we're going to do this output, comma. We do want the expected first, but I'll fix that in a second. All right, so first off, it doesn't know what assert equals is, so I import that. Great. Now these are supposed to be reversed, so I'm going to use this flip here. Cool. So assert that this expected output is equal to this output. Let's run that. The reason why I did that is now the error should be better. It says it expected this text, but it got this text, which included the word tacos. So much better output. So what I just did is a refactor, because it's the exact same output. It just, instead of saying, you know, failed because true is not equal to false, you know, or false is not equal to whatever, that's stupid. This is a better way to say expected is not equal to output. This text is not equal to this text. Cool. So that's one thing. We can actually move this. There's no reason why it can't be up here. And great. So we kind of have that. Then I want to show what this actually looks like when I run this. So main should run this. Let's go ahead. This is a real test of game start game. So it actually knows what I want to do. Just got to import game, and I should be able to run this on the command line. Did not mean to add a breakpoint. All right. So that ran. It had to enter the number of pins knocked down. Cool. What's the next most obvious step? So anyone still watching, what's the next most obvious step? So sure, we can test that the game gets started. So ask for number of pins knocked down on first roll. I'm going to change this a bit and say when game is started. Okay. Let's leave that test as is for now. Let's say the next test would be about what? Recording the number that you entered, maybe? We could try that. I don't know if that's how we want it in the long run, but that seems like some meaningful stuff to add. So let's say records number of pins knocked down. Something like that. All right, in this case, we expect 5. And so this is where that code from earlier comes in. We want to be able to actually input an answer into chat. So we need an input stream. So I don't remember how to write an input stream. Let's see if this thing's going to help me out. We can say val input stream equals. That's one way to do it. But then it like ran it. It was like input. Yeah, I don't know. Let's look at the code. It was this guy. It was. Wrong one. This one. Input stream, byte array input stream. I think the one we have is a little better, but it's basically the same thing. And then it's, where's the set input? That's the one I'm missing. Oh, system set input. This is what we want. Cool. But I think this one's actually cleaner. They're doing the same thing, but this is using what's called an extension function in Java. So it takes a string and calls dot to call a function on that string that's called byte input string. This is an inline function for string itself. String is a type in Kotlin. Just know that it is taking this 5 and making it an input stream. What is an input stream? Well, if I specify the type, it's a byte array input stream. Anyways, system set in input stream. Cool. And then there was a way to assert. So first we want to start the game. And then I think we want to put the input. So this is actually, well, it's both really. Input, replace all input. Cool. And then we don't need both two functions here. Okay. So basically I'm trying to get, I don't care about the output anymore. So I think we can get rid of this one. But I do care about the input, and the input should come from where? Well, well, hold on. Do I care about the input? No, I don't care about the input. I care about what happens to the input. So I care that the game knows what I input. Well, technically, I care that it knows the score. But what should the score be if I only put in 1, 5? It shouldn't have a score, right? Because I haven't finished the frame. The frame is not done. So maybe the way we want to think about this is now we can start calling game.getScore. And it should be, I guess, 0 or null, because it doesn't actually have a score yet. So let's try that, because that's really the requirements we care about. Not so much that it knows about 5. That's kind of too much about the implementation. So let's go ahead and say input game.score. And then I want it to actually be equal to 0. We're going to start out with a score of 0. All right. So again, we don't know how we're going to solve this problem. This is a complex problem. But we do know that we could do one step at a time. So we can have, our game can have a score and it can start out as 0. So even if I didn't call start game, technically this would pass. So we just need to create a game. I think the better way to describe this test is score starts as 0. And then let's get rid of this. I'm going to simplify all of this. The only thing we really need is the game. That's really the heart of this test. I was overcomplicating it. So if I start a new game, the score is 0. That passed. And I didn't break anything, so the other test should still pass too. Oh, something failed. Enter number of pins knocked down. There's a space or something like that. A new line maybe? Let's see. Enter pins knocked down. Yeah, I think what's happening is this is the entire output includes a new line, when in reality what it was before I switched it to an assert equals. I should have rerun the test after I changed it. I didn't actually refactor it. I broke something. I needed to do, they were doing prefix before, so output dot prefix or something. But maybe I just don't care that there's a new line. So if I say new line, that's fine. There we go. Yeah, so basically the output that we actually expect is this prompt, then a new line. Cool, so that test was fixed. This test is still passing. All right, so that's a simple test. Let's say, when would the score not be 0? So it wouldn't be 0 if I rolled an open frame. So can't do strikes yet, because then we would have to do multiple frames, because they would not calculate the score until you get an open frame or the game ends. So let's go ahead and do a simple one. Let's say I get a 9, so maybe like a 4 and a 5. I roll a 4, then a 5. So let's say I don't know the name of the test, but we could basically say open frame calculates score, something like that. All right, so then let's say we have a game, and then we let's simulate an actual game where we rolled twice. So an open frame, we'll call it. So we'll have a function called when open frame rolled with x pins. I'll just say open frame rolled, and then I'm going to pass in two things, 4, 5, something like that. Open frame rolled. All right, so that's not a function, so we're technically red now. I'm going to go ahead and create this function. This is just a test function. So this will be first roll, it's an integer, second roll. Cool. And then we don't actually use these variables yet. Oh, spelled that wrong. Rename first roll. So what would that actually look like? This is just a test function, but this is basically what the test should say, and then the score should end up being 9. So that's what we want the score to be. But obviously if I run this, it's not going to do anything for a couple different reasons, but the main one is that this is not actually implemented. So it's going to throw an error saying we didn't implement this. It's just a big old to-do. So, I mean, I can get rid of that, but it's still going to fail, right? It's just going to fail because now the score is wrong. So if I look at the score is actually 0, and I wanted 9. So how do I get this thing to be 9? Well, it's suggesting code here. Game equals game dot roll, first roll, second roll. Beautiful. I kind of like that. What do you think? Let's see if that would fix... if that would get the thing we want. So instead of calling game here, though, this is the one thing I don't like about it. So I'm going to actually move game out so it can be reused across multiple tests. So this is kind of a refactor we could have done earlier, but essentially we don't need this, and we don't need this one. I'm tempted to just keep because it makes the test more readable. We could do this though. Cool. All right, so I'm going to run everything, and the only test that should fail should be the last one, just to make sure I didn't break anything with this guy. And this could be private, so I'll make it private. Okay, so the one that failed is open frame calculate score, which is what we expect. And I could show passing tests too. These two still pass. All right, here we go. First roll, second roll. Okay, so it was suggesting some code. Now let's see what code it suggests. So now it's saying game.roll without creating a new game because it's actually smart enough to know we already have a game class. Perfect. And how did it know that we wanted a .roll? Like, that's pretty dang smart. It didn't even tell it what game it is. Is it because it's bowling? Oh, is it because of this text? What am I missing here? How does it know? If I said enter number of, I'm going to say balls thrown. I don't know. Like, if it's a totally different game, would it still generate this? Oh, first roll, second roll is telling it. That's got to be it. If I rename these. First. No, just first. First. Stop saying whatever. First and second. Is that what it is? No, it still knows its rolls. How could it possibly know? It must be using bowling in its name. We'll just say baseball. Okay. It still wants to roll. Oh, aha, because the name of my function is rolled. When open frame, I'm going to say open inning. It doesn't know. Okay, that's it. It was using the function name. Okay, that's less magic and pretty clear then. But I could still say game.roll first, and then it should auto game.roll second. So it's still smart enough to figure it out after I help it with one. This is cool. I'm learning how to do TDD with code completion like this. It's slowly coming around, right? But yeah, let's undo, because I actually like the old name. I like the old names here and for the arguments, and I like the old string here. And make sure I rolled everything back enough. I'm going to run everything again. These are going to fail to compile. So I'm just going to delete those real quick. Great. 2 tests passing, 1 failing. Cool. So let's say I want to implement these. Now this doesn't compile, so I'm going to generate those methods. Instead of calling it first roll, we'll call it roll int. And then we want to implement something here to do we know will fail. So what can I do here? Obviously, we're going to have to do something to the score, right? Because we know we're going to assert the score has changed. I can't just print line your roll, right? Yeah, still fails. So it expected 0, or expected 9, but got 0. Okay, so instead of printing roll, can I just change score to be roll, to add up the rolls? Well, not exactly, at least not the way it is now, because this is a, do you know why? If you're listening, why can I not just say score equals, oh, it's trying to complete for me. Let's see what it thinks the answer is. Score plus roll. I mean, that's wrong for 2 reasons. It would be plus equals roll. But why can I not do this? Anybody remember? Well, this is the problem Bard was making. This is a val. It's immutable. It's a value. It's not a variable. But I can change it to a variable. And now our test would actually pass, because it's going to add 4 and then 5. Okay, so that technically works. Why does it want me to rename this package, by the way? Oh, because the package and the class name. I'm going to rename this to bowling. Cool. Oh, doesn't like it. It's supposed to be lower cases in it. Bowling. There we go. Okay. These can be private, I think is what it's saying. What is it mad about? Oh, no, it's just always 4 and always 5, because we only have 1 test. We can ignore that for now. Okay, well, that's fine. But now we start to get to some of the harder problems, which is, okay, well, it can calculate 1 roll, but how does, or 1 frame, but how does it calculate 2 frames? Or how does it calculate strikes and spares, right? There's some other rules here that we're missing. But before I jump into the rules, I'm making this problem a little harder for myself, because I want it to be playable in the command line. What's wrong with this? If I just start a game, what's wrong with this? It's over. Process finished. Well, I could say game.roll, and then I could just give it a number. But that's A, not going to like output anything different. And B, I want to be able to input my score from the command line. I don't want to just roll a 9 hard-coded. This is called hard-coding when you just put it there, right? In the code, and you compile the code or run the code, and it's always going to be 9 no matter what. So instead, I want to bring back that input stuff. So again, I'm making the problem a little harder, because I want it to be an actual playable program. So when I start the game, I don't want to just ask this. I want to receive the input from this. So before I do that, I want a test that helps me check that. So similar to this one, let's see. I don't really care what it asks me. I already have a test for that. I care about it being able to process the input. So this is a bit tricky, because I guess I would have to output it back to the screen. Otherwise, there's no real way to assert it other than making sure I actually give it 2 inputs and it calculates a score. Because remember, it doesn't calculate a score when I put in 4. It calculates a score when I finish a frame. So 4 and a 5. So I could write a test that asks me twice for my pins and I put in 4 or 5. And then I can check the score. That way I don't have to care about the black box, like what happens in the program, other than the score, which actually matters, right? So I think there's one other thing we could do here, though, is that we could have it print out the score every time, which is something we want anyways. So why don't we just start with that? We'll just make sure it prints the score. So we'll say prints score after first roll. So let's go ahead and say we want that input stuff, not output. So I think I have that somewhere here. Yeah. All right, let's say we're just going to input 5. But I think we should input 5 after we start the game. That's something that I think the ChatGPT got wrong. I think you have to start the game, prompt for it, and then ask for the input. Maybe I'm wrong. There's also one other problem with this, but I don't know if you spotted it yet. But let's start with this. So now I do care about the output, which I lost. I lost the output, right? So I should probably put that back. I forgot we were going to check the scores outputted. So let's say we have both that and then the input. Start game happens first. All right, and then the input gets inputted and the output is here. And then we expect it to output 0. Most likely it's going to be a string, so 0 like this. Now there's a couple of problems here. I'm just going to run it and show you, but it should compile. Nothing red here. But yeah, it expected 0 to be printed, and instead it got the prompt was printed. So in reality, we kind of want, like, this is going to print the entire... There's a couple different problems here. Why don't we at least start with it like outputting the score? You're still going to have all this text here to deal with, but at least we should see the score too. So, but the first part is we're not outputting the score. So we're not actually listening for input. So what's a way to listen for input? Well, why don't we create a function? Let's say we don't know the code for it. What if we had a function that said, this could be private, function output to message to string and listen for input. Let's see if it's smart enough to autocomplete for us. Print line and listen for inputs. So message to prints. Doesn't want to autocomplete. Now if I just said print line, it would have to know how to do that, right? Print line. It doesn't want to autocomplete for me. Wake up, Copilot. Wake up. What if it's not private? Can I ask it to tell me? Tools, GitHub Copilot. Do I have to log in? Show completions. Doesn't have any. Why? Why don't you have any? Okay, well, let's go back to here and say, in Kotlin, how do I print a message to string and listen for input? Does that mean I can print? Sure. To listen for input from the standard input stream, you can use read line. Here's an example. Okay. Well, let's just do that ourselves. Maybe it's because I'm trying to combine both. If we go back to it printing, and then we have it read line. So we could say read line. Question is, what do we want to do with that? Let's say input equals for now. We're not really doing anything with it. Should it be our role? Probably should be our role, right? Nothing's really telling us to do that except maybe our previous test. So I think we could just put it as the role. All right, it wants an integer, but we're giving it a string. There's one problem here, and we don't know what they're going to put in. Is there a read line that enforces you to put in a integer? Is there a read line that enforces the input must be an integer? There's no built-in readline function, but you can achieve this through readInt. That seems like a really messy way to do it. So this will just keep giving you an error until you put in a valid integer. Kind of like it. It's not really test-driven. It's AI-driven. Let's try this. Again, this does not like to copy code. Why don't you copy? I wonder if it was smart enough to build this function for us, if we would have asked. Like if I would have said readInt. What? There is something that reads ints, but it's in JDK internal. Don't like that. I don't want to import, I want to create the function. Cool. That is the right type. And then let's see if it's smart enough to generate. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Copilot just broke. Can try signing in again. Did not prompt me to sign in. Okay. He doesn't know how to do that. This can be private. Read line. Read line or null. Okay. Let's just run this. We'll do a little manual test on this guy. So we need to go to our main class that runs this. Run. Enter the number of pins knocked down. I'm going to say taco. Please enter a valid integer. 5. Please enter a valid integer. 5.5. Please enter a valid integer. Okay. 4. Hey, it worked. We really should have a test that tests for that. So we kind of did this backwards, right? We wrote some production code without testing it, but it is a private function, so it gets a little hairy when you start testing private functions. But there's no reason we couldn't expose like which error message to display when they put in the non-integer, right? We could invert the dependency here and pull that in as like an error messages for game or something. And again, we could check the output to make sure we could check the output matches this. There's things we can do. I'm going to move on for the sake of time. the test we were just writing is probably still going to fail, right? Because even if I put in 5, what's going to happen now? Bum, 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 bum. Oh, we got something weird. I think is it because I moved bowling.game? No? What's going on? Build failed. It doesn't like this class. What is this class? Index, debug. What is happening? Did I break anything here? This looks fine to me. Need to resync. Reload all from disk. Build.gradle. Elephant, where are you? Build project, rebuild project. Tools. I want to clean builds. How do I get a clean? Oh, there we go. Build module, build cycle, refactor, run. I'm using the new IntelliJ UI. I don't know if you guys noticed, but it's like more sleek now. It says execution failed for a task test. There's definitely some great old issue here. Okay, this is in the build folder. So what I can do is just blow away the build folder. These are cached files. I can delete these and rebuild, basically. Build project, essentially forcing a clean. Run the game. Okay. No, it doesn't like it. What is happening? Failed to execute tests. Could not complete executor. Gradle test executor. What broke? What changed? I can run the game? No, I can't even run the game anymore. Okay, something definitely broke. We're going to get rid of Gradle and builds. This is not offering a rebuild, which is concerning. And you know what? The Copilot stopped too. I wonder if something just borked or an invalidate cache. Clear everything. Try again. Yes, exit. No tools, perfect. Okay, now it's re-indexing. Hopefully it works itself out. Okay, that was weird. So yeah. Oh no, filled for the same reason. What? Run with stack trace. Okay, well, we're gonna have to undo, I guess. I mean, did I run main? Okay, so I can run main. That's good. I can't run the test. Why not? Well, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna undo, maybe. Oh, I can't undo. We'll look at our history. Oh, I cleared cache. That sucks. Okay, well, we'll comment out this code and this code. Now, if we rerun the test, it runs fine. So there's definitely something weird about this. Not sure which part it doesn't like, but let's see if it will at least compile, even though I'm going to call this function, but I'm going to run. Let's see. Okay, so it's still, now it compiles, but once I call this, oh, because it's endlessly reading input. Yeah. Well, that kind of makes sense, I guess. I think the way we're reading input doesn't work. let's see. Why doesn't it work? Boom, this guy. So we ran this first, then we ran this. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know the best way to test input. But I'm guessing it's blowing up somewhere around here. This isn't even building, but okay, it did get here, so maybe it must have ran. Yeah, maybe we need to put this in like a loop. But it's already in this. This is weird because we're like half building a real app, half not. I'm tempted to just cut this part for now. Let's go ahead and do that. We'll come back to this actually running in the terminal. Let's go ahead and just stick to getting our scorecard working. We'll figure out how to run it as a real game. Okay. All right. Okay. We ran 2 tests. Don't we have 3 though? We do have 3 tests. Didn't like this one. Why? Ignored. Why would you ignore this test? This is my favorite test. I'm just kidding. It's kind of, again, it's the output stuff, so maybe we don't care too much about it. But yeah, it's definitely blown up with this read input thing, because that happens on start game now. So yeah, doesn't like this. We'll just go ahead and remove this for now. Cool, that's fine. Yeah, we'll have to figure out how to do input later. I think it's because it's just constantly waiting on the main thread. It's probably a better way to do that. All right, anyways, let's go ahead and try to calculate 2 frames or a strike or something. All right, well, given my current score, I feel like we need to say given like the frame, but is that true? You almost have like given my last roll. Because remember, if your last frame, or if your last thing was a strike or a spare, and you roll an open frame, then you add a bonus. But okay, what if we roll? Okay, we'll say given previous frame was open 4-5. Okay, we'll say first roll, same kind of deal here. Second roll. It's really just the same thing. Alright, and then this time we want to say when I open it, do another 9, my total should be 18. So this test is about previous open frame adds to new frame for final score. Something like that. Probably a better way to say that. But let's go ahead and get this to run and see that it fails. It passes. So this passes because it's just expecting the total number. And right now, without any special rules, it's just going to add each of these. So we don't even need a test for this. We just found out that it's just going to do that naturally. Now, if this was like the 10th, if we did this 10 times, then it should fail because you should only have 10, or like 13 times or whatever it's going to be. It should fail because you can only roll 10 times. But maybe the more meaningful thing to try to work on next is the spare calculation or the strike. The strike. So why don't we say the first roll was actually a 10? No, well, let's make it a 10 with 2 rolls because we don't want to handle the what if there's only one roll rule yet, because remember a 10 was not going to have a first and second roll, it's only going to have a first. So let's have this one where it's a spare. All right, so we'll call this spare bonus. Let's see, spare bonus calculated when rolling after open frame. Spare bonus calculated after open frame. Okay, so this would be 10 plus 9, 19, and then remember you get your last frame. You get a score. So what is the rule for spare, right? It's your 10 plus a bonus of your first roll on the next frame, so 4. So we should expect this to be 19 plus 4. So this should fail because we're not doing a bonus. We're not doing the plus 4 bonus, right? So let's go ahead and handle bonuses. Oh, right. Well, this way of tracking score is no longer going to work because it only knows your total score. It doesn't know what your previous roll was. So how could we handle this? Any thoughts? The first thing that comes to mind for me is that we write down every roll. Every frame, really. So what if we had private frames, and this would be a list of, well, this thing, a list of frame, probably could just be a list. I guess a frame has to be, we have to do frame because we have two, sorry, one step at a time. We'll do an empty list, and this is mad because it doesn't know what a frame is. So generate a class name frame. Let's see, why is that not working? Expected member, oh, val, my bad. Okay, so we don't know what a frame is. Let's go ahead and create a new class. We'll call it, yeah, that's where I want to put it. But this is going to be a data class. So we don't actually need curlies here, but we do need some properties of a frame. First roll and second roll. The second roll is nullable, and we're going to say it's null by default. What does nullable mean? Well, in this, it just means you may not have a second roll. Because remember, if you get a strike, well, you know what? I'm jumping ahead. The test didn't tell us to write this, so let's not write that yet. Let's be a little more strict with our TDD. Let's just say we expect 2 rolls. Cool. So every time we roll, I'm just going to delete this code. Every time we roll, I want to save the roll to a frame. And since it starts out empty, the first frame is going to be 0, but that's fine. Okay, let's go frames. Last or null dot let is complete. Yeah, so this is trying to do some extra stuff here. I don't want this to do the extra stuff for me. This is trying to say, hey, is the game over? If the game's over, then don't add the score. But let's not do that until we have a test for it. Let's do just frames dot plus, which takes another frame. It takes the roll. Okay, well, here's the problem. We don't know if we're on the first or second roll of the frame. So this is not going to work exactly. We could create a little cache. I feel like there's probably a better way to do this, but here's like the stupidest solution that comes to mind. Var current frame. Yeah, we could do current frame equals frame null. And then if we said if current frame dot let, so basically if there is a current frame, actually even better, we'll do it this way. We'll say current frame. So if there isn't a current frame, we want to create one. Current frame equals frame.roll. It doesn't like this index. We'll say if equals current frame equals null. Oh, okay, it's trying to do it for me. Then create current frame. The problem is it still only knows one role. So you can't create a frame with just one role. So we kind of have to go back to this idea of this one being nullable. Let's go ahead and do the nullable now. Probably a different way to do this, but alright. So if it's nullable, then you just create, it's the first role. Else, it's the second role. It's not nullable anymore. We want to add the second role. So really what we want is a copy. So it's dot copy, current frame, dot first role, and then role. So this is the second role. Let's see what it's mad about. Smart cast frame is impossible because current frame is mutable property. Right. You would have to bang it. Bang, bang. So the better way to do this would be in current role frame dot. It's the problem with dealing with mutables. You have to do this weird syntax, more, not really weird, but more complicated syntax. Let's see if this works. If friends is not equal to null plus current frame. Alright, I won't let it generate for me. I'm going to do this myself in this case. Okay, so I wanted to do this. It.copy. And that's if we want to set current frame equal to this guy. Alright, don't love this code. We can refactor it. This is saying what? You could do this differently. Redundant call. Remove let call. It's weird because it was mad before. Is it because of the bang? Oh, I don't need the bang. I shouldn't need the bang here anymore, right? If I just say let current frame dot first roll, current frame dot first roll. But I'm copying it, so I don't need that. My bad. So if you're copying, you don't need to specify the existing value. It will just do that for you. I just need to say the one I want to override, so the second roll. And now this is saying I don't need the let. Okay, yeah, that's all right. That's how I could have done it. All right, let me explain this. What this is doing is creating a copy of the frame, given that there already is one, and the copy is going to have the same first roll, but it's going to add a second roll. This question mark basically says if it's not null. We know it's not null most likely because we check for null here, but there's this weird thing where I literally could set it to null by saying equals null. So even though I checked that it's not null, I could immediately set it to null, and then most likely this would happen from a different thread or a different call. But so anyways, say it's possibly null. So the question mark basically protects you there, so that if it is null, this will just get set to null again. Cool. Here's the deal. What if we already have a second roll? I don't want to rewrite the second roll. I want to create the next frame. So we need to say if current frame dot second roll is not equal to null, then I want to question mark again. It's not equal to null. Then we already have a second roll, so we need to insert a new frame. So we would go frames dot plus, and this time we would add a brand new frame, which we would call a frame, and we would give it the first roll, or we give the roll as the first roll. Cool. Else, we already have, we don't have a second roll, but we have a first roll. So this code looks terrible. We'll clean it up. So then we'll say else, our current roll, this is when we do the copy. Cool. And then, do we still want to do score here? I feel like score should almost be separate. Let me think about it. Yeah, it's no longer, score is no longer the current frame. We could say roll, but that's close to what it used to be, right? Let's change one thing at a time. I don't love this code. This is pretty bad. But let's run the test and see if we broke anything first. Okay, so I think the only one is the first one. Yeah, I expected 29, got 23. Great, so we just didn't implement the new feature yet. So now that we refactored everything to frames, these two are still passing. How do we get the score to use frames instead? Well, first off, we probably want to calculate the score no matter what. And I don't know why we're setting this to null, so I'm going to do repair this. Alright, we do this. No, we don't want to plus the frame. Do we want to add the frame? Yeah, we could add the frame everywhere. This code's kind of garbage too, though. So instead of adding the frame everywhere, I'm going to make a slight change. I'm going to make the frame that we want to add a variable. So we'll say var new frame null. It needs to be a frame. All right. So now instead of doing this plus here, we'll say this equals this. All right. So basically, we want this everywhere. Cool. Now we can do frames plus new frame. And rerun those tests. So that shouldn't have broke anything. It did not. All right. So what should the score be? Well, the score should be the total of all frames. So we can go back to not having the strike, or not having the spare rule. These still all pass. So I think we actually need the square rule now. So, well, first, can we get, instead of the score being plus equals roll, what if we just calculate the score every time? So what if the score is the sum of all the frames rolls? So that would look something like this. Score equals frames dot sum by. Not score. Oh, not even sum by. We could do like a for each, but there's a better way. Map. Score dot map. Map not null. Yeah, frames dot, well, we don't have to worry about nulls. Let's just try this. Map it dot first roll plus it dot second roll. Can handle the null case. And then dot sum. Okay, so maybe there's a better way to write this. This is, you could do the sum of. Okay, yeah, that's the better Kotlin way of doing it. All right, so it's going to say, give me the sum of all the frames. The way that works, though, is it takes the first roll. So it loops through every frame. So the first frame's first roll plus the first frame's second roll. If it's null, then it's 0. Then it loops to the next frame, which now the second frame will be it. So second frame's first roll plus second frame's second roll. Then the next frame, third frame, so on and so on. So this just sums up all the frames and knows how to handle when the second roll is missing. And it stops. If there's only one frame, it does it once. If there's two frames, it does it twice. So this should give us the same result that we had before, but now it's using frames instead of scores. Cool. So now all we're missing is the, well, I guess there's two issues here. This is now 0 for some reason. Let's figure out why this is 0. We would have expected this to be less than what we expect, but not 0. Okay, we expect, so score is 0. Am I not setting score? I have to be setting score. Yeah, I'm setting score. We could do a breakpoint. Let's go ahead and run just this test with a breakpoint. Okay, here we go. So right now I rolled a 5 and the first frame, new frame, is just first roll. All of the frames that exist now, there's no frames. Frames are 0. So this has not been added yet, I guess. They moved the next button next. All right. Still 0. Why is still 0? Yeah, for some reason it's losing the new frame. Frames.plus. Is it resetting frames every time? That's weird. Okay, starts out null. It just doesn't do it. Very weird. We know this is plus. Maybe the plus is not doing what I think it does. The plus returns a list containing all elements of. Yeah, I think I'm supposed to do frames equals, and then it's needs a view of R. Is that what's going on here? Okay, yeah, that works. All right, so now the expected is actual is 19. Cool. So it's missing the 4 bonus, right? Yeah, that sounds right. All right. Now we need to add the spare bonus. So I think this score thing could be its own function, to be honest. And so every time you call roll, do we want to call roll? Do we want to get the score every time you call roll, or do we just want to have a separate function for getting the score? I think I'm going to go with a second function. So we'll go score. Now that it's not just adding to the score every roll, I think it should really just be a separate thing. And it tried to auto-generate it for me. I don't really like what it came up with. That might be correct, but I think what we had is slightly better. Oh, but it's trying to return an int. Well, I guess we do. Well, we don't need to. Question here. Calculate score. Oh, but we don't know the roll. Oh, we don't need the roll. Sorry. Yeah. We have the frames. Cool. So now all those tests would fail because we're not calling calculate score anywhere. I could calculate the score after starting the game. That wouldn't make sense. Calculate the score after every roll. Or we can have the tests calculate the score. So let's go ahead and do that. Score starts out as 0. That's correct. Here's the spare bonus test. We're missing a test, aren't we? Whatever happened to that test? So this one's about the prompt. I think we're going in a different direction, so I'm going to get rid of that. We're missing the non-bonus one. All right, I must have deleted that at some point. But let's say I do a roll. So open frame score calculated. All right. So let's say I do 2 rolls. When open frame rolls 4, 5, I expect 9. Remember this test? We had this test. So that's not actually going to work. So it's 0 because we separated out the score mechanism. So we don't want to call a calculate function here. Kind of. What we want is we want this to be a given. So we're basically going to say, given that you've already rolled 9, when you calculate the score, game.calculate score, then the score is 9. Cool. And maybe instead of saying previous frame, given frame rolls, something like that. Okay, so you roll a 4, 5, calculate the score, it's 9. You roll a 5, 5, then you roll a 4, 5. The calculate should be 19 plus the bonus 4. That's currently failing. So let's go ahead and add the bonus logic. So calculate score. So as it's going through each frame, it needs to know if its previous frame was a strike or spare or something like that. Now this could get tricky, right? Because it's not just the previous frame, it could be the previous 2 frames, because imagine you got a strike and then a spare and then it calculates, right? But we're going to start with just the previous one first. So how do I get the previous frame and see if it was a spare? Well, let's add a little space to work with here. We know the frame, but we don't really know. So this is a list, not an array list. If we make this an array list, then it's numbered, and we'll know the previous frame because we'll have an index. So let's make a little refactor here to an array list, and we'll go empty array. Or probably the array list of is what we want. There we go. So it gives me an empty array list. So you can't use the plus anymore. I think it's add. Oops, add. Not dad, add. Doesn't like it. Because it doesn't return anymore. There we go. Cool, so we didn't actually need this to be a var. That actually smells better too. If I run this, sorry, I wanted to run all tests. Cool. Definitely a little rusty on my my katas. All right. Still don't have a passing test here, but at least we got a refactor in the right direction. So now we can get the previous frame because we can get the index of this one. So is there a sum of with indexed with index? There is. So that gives us index. Hold on a second. It's mad at us. Do these need types? These do need types. Int. And this is the frames. Frame. Or no, it's frame. It's a current frame. Cool. All right, now we have an index. So what does that allow us to do? Well, it allows us to get the previous frame. So if we said val previous frame equals frame get or null index -1. Cool. So now we need to know if the frame was a strike or spare. So val previous frame was not open. We could say strike or spare, something like that. So it's going to say if the first roll equals 10 or the previous first roll plus this second roll equals 10. And it's kind of a dumb way to do it, so I wonder if a better way to do it would be, let's try to write this ourselves. Previous frame dot sum of, because we know, oh, we can't do sum of, but we could do, we really only need the second one, to be honest. Previous frame dot first plus previous frame dot second. Yep. Cool. Problem with this guy is it can be null. It tried to add clarifying parentheses for me and it put them in the wrong spot. These also need clarifying parentheses. Did something weird there. We're trying to say if this whole thing equals 10. There we go. All right, is this any better? Arguably. Don't love it, to be honest. But it can be a function, so. Frame was strike or spam. I don't need a get there. I don't know why you added a get for me. I don't appreciate that. Previous. Cool. Oh, it's not previous anymore. Where did you get the previous from? Frame was strike or spare. All right. So now we really don't need this variable. Okay. If previous frame was strike or spare, what? We want to add a bonus. We could say val bonus equals if this, then the bonus is current frame dot first roll. Else 0. Now, you would think there's an easier way to do that. And there is. It's not offering it, but there is. Invert if, replace if with when, replace property initially. We do the when. We can do, that's not much better, to be honest. I think it's probably better to do this. Var bonus equals 0. If frame that's fine. A little better. Okay. So then the score is actually going to be this guy. Oops, it did something weird there. Doesn't like this. Unresolved reference. Do we not have a sum with index? Or sum of an index? Frames dot sum. Huh. There's no sum of index. That's annoying. Could do a for each. For each with index also doesn't exist on array list. Okay, well that's weird. Hold on a second. Kotlin, how to array, how to sum up with index for arrayless. Not of, if. List.sum. Is it just a for each? Let's try that. Oops, wrong program. No, that's right. Is it for each? For each. For val frame in frames. Sorry, I don't need the val. Frame in frame. But how do I get the index? Frame dot index. No, what the heck? Int, what? Where is it? Kotlin for I. I usually use the functional ones, but in an array list for I in, yeah, for I in. For I, there's this, there we go. For 0 frame size of, no, it didn't work. For index is not a thing. Well, I don't know why I did that. There's a generate code. I never really use it outside of the ChatGPT stuff. Here equals no, it doesn't like it. For each frame. This is what I want. Why does this not work? Index int. Frames dot for e. It's right here. I literally tried that. Why didn't it work? For each indexed. Index current frame. Is this not what I had? It's like literally right here. Oh, I just had the wrong name. Oh man, I'm going crazy. I'm gonna reinvent the wheel when I just had the wrong name. Dumb. Alright. Anyways, we want to add the bonus at the end, so this is all is actually this plus bonus. Score plus equals bonus. Alright, that took too long, but we got there. This is still wrong, and I think it's for the same reason as before, which is the frames.add isn't doing what I thought it was. Oops, that was weird. Frames equals frames dot. Is there really not a dot plus? That's really what I want to do. Doesn't like it. Oh, we're probably not calling calculate score. That would explain it. Yeah, so remember this test was calling, given you rolled this, when you rolled this, what is your score? But in reality, it would be given 2 of these. Now game.calculate score. No bonus. So something about our logic did not work. So it must not think it's a spare or something. This guy is probably not true. Let's see if I just run this one. Previous frame is null. That's true. Now it has a previous frame. But the second roll is not there yet. That's fine. And then now it should have both rolls, but it did not. Why was it missing the second roll? Let's look what's inside of frames. We have 5, 5, 4, 5. And this previous frame is first roll 5, second roll null, which is incorrect. So previous frame, index -1. Maybe it's correct, but the second one shouldn't be null, right? It definitely starts with 5. Why is the second one null? Frames get or null, index -1. Frames. And what is index? Index is 2, so 1. Index 1 is this guy. Oh, it wasn't adding. These are supposed to add together. Okay, so it was creating a whole nother frame when it should have added the second roll. So the logic's really here that's broke, which makes sense. This is kind of a weird logic. So we're basically saying if the current frame equals null, then you want to set the first one, create a new frame. I don't know if we even need this new frame now. The more I look at it, we could use current frame. Okay. If current frame's second roll is not equal to null, then new frame equals frame. Else, I think I'm missing a step here. I probably need to set current frame. The way this is currently set up, I realize I don't need both variables though, I don't think. Let's do this without the debug. Nope. Alright, let's try this. I don't need this, do I? Because it's null. Alright, we'll add the frame if it's not null. Okay, so there's something else going on. Oh, that went way over now. Maybe the current frame was not the way to go. I probably do need a new frame. Yeah, I'm just adding a new frame every time. That's the problem. You should only add it. Okay, yeah, something's weird. Let's undo this real quick. Okay, so let's rethink this. if the current frame is null, then I do want to create a current frame. If it's not null, then I use the current frame. I don't create a new frame. So that was kind of a problem. It should not have been a new frame. It should have been the second roll. Or, well, in this case, it should have been the second roll. Because it should have been current frame dot second roll equals roll. But this is immutable. So really, you want to update. You want to replace the current frame. So really you want current frame equals current frame dot copy, where you replace the second roll, which is exactly what this did. Okay, so your current frame now should have both the first and second roll. And then I think new frame is not actually a new frame is the problem. So we say if new frame is not equal to null, then you add it. In this case, you do need to add the new frame. This one should just filled out the second. Okay, I think this is right. Let's run it with this though. All right, frames are. There's 3 frames now. Still wrong. 5, 4, 1. Okay, something weird happening. Current frame should only be set to a new frame when there is no frame, this case, or if there is a frame but there's no, that's the only case. Well, yeah, there is a frame but there's no second roll. It's probably a better way to, definitely a better way to write this. Okay, so this is kind of garbage. Let's split this. There's too much going on here. So let's just say if the current frame is equal to null, create a new frame. Else, let's just do this directly in here now. Okay, so else, still creating 3 frames. I should not do that. Oh, yeah, okay. I made a very rookie mistake. I don't know what I was thinking. This needs to be set up before every test. So stupid. All right, set up. Oops, game equals game. This needs to become a late init. Late init var. And then you don't do this. Very dumb. Okay, so what was happening here is it was keeping the frames from the previous test, I believe. Well, maybe not actually, because All right, why did this one fail? Actual was 4, so I definitely broke something here. Game given frame rolled 4 5. Calculate score. Alright, current frame is null. That's what we expect. Then creates a new frame. Okay, and then next time it adds the second roll to the same frame. Current frame. Makes sense? And the score just broke on this case. Alright. Alright, so then let's calculate the score. So for each, you go into here, score plus bonus. Okay. Alright, so it says that there's no bonus, which is fine. The index is 0, which is correct. The current roll is 4. That makes sense. So the score should be 4. The score is 4. The next time it comes through here. Oops, I hit the wrong button. Sorry. 4. And then the next time. Oh, so it just doesn't calculate score again. Or it doesn't hit the next index. That's because there's only one frame. So we're missing adding the second roll. Why is this? Is there actually 2 frames at this point? Let's try that again. This frame. Frames. There's only one frame. It's like the second roll didn't get added at all. So this guy didn't work. But even though it says here, it is 4 5. Because this shouldn't be current frame. It should actually be we're not adding it back to frames somehow. So we don't know what the index of the current frame is. I guess we know it's the last one. So we could say frames, how do we, if plus equals ain't gonna work, we'd say dot last. Yeah, I don't know how we could do this. We have to like drop the last one and like replace, like frames dot replace. Not all. Drop last. So we drop the last and then we say frames plus. Last one. Doesn't like it. Because it's an array list. Bum bum bum. Kotlin array list replace last item. Right. What if we said, it's probably like mutable array list? Mutable. Is that a thing? Mutable array? No. What if I just said, I think they're mutable by default. I think if we get frames dot get, and then it's frames dot size. Size -1. I should get the last one. And if we do frames, you can use set. I guess it would be just frames dot set. No. Actually, it wouldn't be null. It would be this guy. All right. Problem is this could be nullable, but we know it's not null at this point. So we could say current frame dot let. This will be it. All right. It's kind of annoying, but that fixed it. Run all these. Great. This guy has the bonus, it looks like, or it has the first frame. I don't know, it's missing something. So let's look at it. It's supposed to be 10 plus 9 plus. So the calculate score is supposed to go through every frame. So to get the 10, and then it would get the bonus. What is actually happening? Okay, so it says the score is 10, there's no bonus. Then it just stops. So something is not right. Let's look at all the frames. In this case, there's only one frame, 5 and 5. Perfect. And not exactly perfect, because there's one more frame here, current frame. So this should have been a bonus. Looks like that did not happen. Yeah, so previous frame is null. That's wrong. Index -1. Well, that's not exactly wrong, because the first time it loops, the index is 0, and there's nothing before it. So that's actually correct. But it should have looped one more time, and it seems like it's not going to, because there's only one frame. Yeah, that makes sense. So it's only looping through the old frames to get the previous frame. So I should have pulled this out. We need to add the score first and then add the bonuses. So this would get us, so let's see, if we loop through, that's not quite gonna work though, right? In this case, well, there's only 2 frames. The problem's much simpler. Let's think about it. Okay, we want to get the previous frame. And then even if this is the last frame, you still want to add the score. Maybe you only want to add the bonus here. Could we do that? Could we only add the bonus here? Oh, but it's not even going to add the bonus because it's the last. It's literally only looping this once. We really need to loop. Actually, you know what? The problem here is we're missing a frame. We're totally missing a frame. I guess the first time No, but then it doesn't loop again. It should have looped. No, because we calculate after the second one. Yeah, so it's not adding the second one is the problem. Yeah, it's much simpler than that. So something here is wrong. Adds the 5. Adds the second 5. And then the 4. Why is the 4 here? Is it here or here? If current frame signal is not equal to null. It is null. What are you talking about? Frames. Frames. Current frame 5. Null. Where'd the 5 come from? We must not be resetting current frame. When we add the second frame, yeah, we're supposed to reset current frame here. Could that be it? That was it. I don't love this code. It's pretty garbage. All right, I think I'm going to ask AI to write this better and see if they can do it better. I think I'm just tired, but this is not great code. Can you improve this Kotlin? This version uses the let and run scoping functions to make the code more concise and readable. It also removes the need for if current frame equals null check by using the Elvis operator to handle the case where current frame is null. Okay, so that all makes sense to me, but let's see if that's actually, like what it builds, if that's actually correct. So let's see, well I guess we could just run it, see if all the tests pass, but okay, so it worked. The code that it came up with is correct. Is it better? Wait, it's the same. What? It's the same. Am I crazy? Same. Same, same. I must, oh, you know what? I didn't copy. It's that stupid copy thing again. Why does this not copy? That's so weird. Right. Because we already have that function. Okay. Alright, so it actually broke something. So it thinks it improved the code, but then it didn't handle the null case. The same case that I failed to handle, it failed to handle. Well, and maybe not. Maybe that's what this was supposed to be for. But for whatever reason, it definitely didn't add. It's missing 10, or it's missing what is it missing? 13 points. Okay. I don't even know how much better this is. These lets and runs are pretty wild. I'm going to tell it that it broke it. That actually broke something. Let's see if I could figure it out. I had a test that was totaling 23 after 3 rolls, and now with this new function, it totals 10. That's actually a great answer. It wants more context. Doesn't know how it's being used. But I can give it the test and see how well it handles it. Spare bonus. Seems like the roll function is being used in a bowling game to calculate the score. The test checks if the spare bonus is calculated correctly after an open frame. It's possible that the changes I suggested to the roll function may have affected how the spare bonus is calculated. Without more information on how the frame class and the calculate score function are implemented, it's difficult for me to determine. Can you provide more information about how the frame class and the calculate score function are implemented? That maybe help. That's pretty cool. Okay, let's do it. We'll give it the calculate score. Probably needs both of these. If the previous frame was a strike, then a bonus equal to the first roll of the score. Based on the image, it's possible that the changes I suggested to the roll function. One way to fix the issue would be to revert back to original implementation. Oh my gosh. Alternatively, you could try modifying the roll function or other parts of your code to ensure that frames are added to the frames list correctly and the bonuses are calculated correctly. If this helps, let me know if you have further. Oh man, you sound, I mean, you're totally right. That's how a human would answer, but I want you to be superhuman, okay? I want you to spot the bug. Yeah, so let's just use our own, I guess we use breakpoints here again. Alright, so the first time it adds a frame for roll 5, that looks right. It adds the second roll, which is 5, to this frame, so that's going to be 5, 5. And so I did that. And then it seems to have changed it to a 4, which is incorrect. It should have created a new frame. So we're missing the new frame creation part. So if the second roll is not equal to null, which it wasn't equal to null in this case. So something went wrong here. For some reason it entered this path when it should have went down this path. This is for, what was for roll 5? What? Why does it say roll 5? Something's not right here. Okay, current frame is null, so it's going to create a new frame. It's going to add the frame, or the roll to the first frame. Okay, it now has a frame of 5 null. If it is not null, which it is, it should go into that code. Great. It's going to add the 5, but now it still thinks it's 5 null, which is incorrect. As seen here, it is 5, 5. So current roll did not change when I updated this. That's the problem. So this run didn't work or what? Oh, that's only if it's null. Yeah, they just dropped the current roll bit. Or current frame bit, so current frame. We want a new frame, right? Current frame, or want to set it equal to null? No, this is this is the one where we set it to null because we just completed the second frame, so it is null. But then if the current frame is null, it's supposed to do this code, but it didn't. Instead, it actually set the second roll to null. That's not correct. No. Okay, that worked. I still don't see it going. Is it true? It doesn't actually go into this one? It doesn't seem right. Yeah, I never went into that one. Oh. Yeah, so this path is broke. So if second roll is not null, when would second roll not be null? If the current frame is not null, then that means it could have one frame. I don't understand why it's never null. Must be something to do with this run. Yeah. Oops. Like, how does this work? Because this would be much cleaner code if this works, but I don't understand how this works. Sorry, I'm going to run the test by itself. So that works. Does all this work still? Okay, this is much cleaner, but I don't know. It's not making sense to me. Why would this work? So when you roll, if the current frame is not null, which it will be at first, so when it's null, it just creates a new frame and sets its first roll to whatever you passed in, and it creates new frames. Okay. The second time it hits this, so the second roll, there is a current frame. It goes in here and it says, give me the last frame and add add the second roll, right? And then you're done with this frame, so set it to null. Loop again, and this is now null. So come in here and create a new frame. Yeah, there is no case where it's not null and second roll is null, because you're always setting it to null after setting the second roll. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. This is cleaner code, but it's still weird. I almost feel like we can get rid of the current frame business. Like, this part of the code is just confusing. There's got to be a better algorithm here. So current frame. I fixed the issue. Is there a better way to write this function? One way to further improve the readability of this function would be to use a when expression instead of Elvis. Oh no, it disconnected. Is there a better way to write this common code? code you provided is a function that is either role an argument, a current frame variable isn't whether a current frame is null or not. It's difficult to say if there's a better way to write this code without more context or all program you're trying to achieve. Can you provide more information about the purpose of this function, how it fits? Oh my gosh. Here's the test. It appears to be a unit test for a bowling game. The test checks that the spare bonus is correctly calculated after an open frame. The given frame rolled function is called twice to simulate frames being rolled, with the first frame being a spare, 5 goes, and the second frame being an open frame. The function is then called to calculate the game score, and the third equals function is used to check the calculated. Is there any specific you would like to know about this call? I want to make the roll function cleaner. So instead of the let and run function, here's an example of how the code could be rewritten. Version of the code is more explicit and easier to read because it uses a standard if statement instead of a let and run. However, this is just one way to make the code cleaner. So if current frame is not null, frames copy. I don't like that. Second roll equals roll. Current frame equals null. Current frame. Yeah, that's not better. What about using a when statement? Yes, you could use a when statement in this code, more concise and readable. Here's an example of how the roll function could be rewritten using a when statement. When current frame is null, current frame equals frame roll, frame plus equals else frame rolls dot size, frame dot copy. I don't like that. Current frame. This code is more concise and easier to read. Okay, I don't know. I don't really like one over the other. I mean, I think the run does actually make it look harder, or is harder to read, to be honest. With an if. This is, actually, what is this returning? Current frame? Frame is not equal to... Is this better? Frame, because then it returns null. I don't know what this is returning. If frame not equal to null, frame else. Nah, that's not right either. I don't like that. There's gotta be a better way. It's convert to let, convert to expression, introduce important as was a type. Another let. I don't know if another let is the way to go either. You could just basically say, so this is saying if the output of this, because this returns null, or this sets it to null. So this is this. I don't know why we need the run, honestly. That only happens if this is null. So what if we said, if current frame equals null, then you do this. Does that give us the same output? Else, do this. So that works, and it's kind of easier to read, to be honest. right, but what is the point of current frame? I guess the point is you don't add the frames to frames until you are done with current frame. So in the case where it's null, you add it. In the case where it's not, yeah, can't we just, instead of saying this, couldn't we say if frames dot size, there's one, if frames dot size, I should do a get here. Well, I guess it's never going to be null. Frames dot gets minus 1. Yeah, so if the second roll equals null, that broke something. But if the second null equals, if the second null roll equals null, I guess not equal to null. No, it's like first roll, isn't it? First roll equals null. Whoa, hold on. If first roll equals null, so this ends up being empty, right? Yeah. Or frames is empty. Why is this not working? Out of bounds. Right. So I do need a get or null. Dot get or null. It dot frames dot size minus. That's what I was missing. Thank you. And I don't need this. Same problem. So that's only, let's check if the first roll is null. Then you want to create the frame. Because, yeah, it doesn't exist yet. So if it's null or the first roll is null, create the frame. And then, I guess this create frame equals null is the problem here. So now we could say frames plus equals frame. So it shouldn't have a null roll the next time. So it should go into this one. But it's checking if current frame. So instead of checking if current frame, it should check if this guy is not equal to null. But that's the same thing. We already have that else. Copy. How is this functionally different? Getting close, but what if we don't do this anymore? Same problem. is close. I don't know why this isn't working. This is why we do TDD. This is why we have tests, because then you know if something's broke when you try to refactor it like this. Didn't even go into any of these. That's weird. It's like it's not even calling roll anymore. Oh, debug's not running. There we go. Okay, so it starts out, first thing it does is add 5, a new frame with 5. Then it adds 5 to the second roll. And now, it should have 5, 5, which it does. So if I evaluate this, this equals false, so it should go here. Which is great. So this should now set... Oh, this should have created a new frame. I'm missing the new frame creation, but this... Oh wait, hold on. Why would it go here? We already have both of these. So it should only go here when it's setting the second one. So it actually should have went here because we need a new frame. We need a new frame because second roll. Or, yeah, it knows what we need. Or second roll is not null. Oh, weird. Didn't autocomplete the syntax. There we go. Okay. So, the better, simpler way to say this is function, first roll is null. So if missing first roll, aka is new frame, and this one is function is frame is completed. Or not completed. So no, if it's completed, you want to create a new frame. Yeah, so if it's a, this makes more sense, right? So you're saying if it's a new frame or if the frame is completed, then create a new frame, which makes sense. Else, this will be add seconds roll to current frame. Why does that not extract? Add second roll to current frame. Oh, because it's auto-completing using... I'm trying to complete, so I'm using two different autocompletes. One is the IntelliJ autocomplete the name of the function that I'm typing, and the other one is autocomplete the extraction, or like, I don't know. It's like GitHub's autocomplete versus IntelliJ's autocomplete. I need to just do this. So we'll call it extracted. And yeah, it doesn't like that. And then I'll rename it. Cool. Add second roll. I'll just say add roll to current frame. Because maybe it's the 10th frame and there's 3 rolls, we don't know, right? Because we could use this frame completed for the 10th one too. Okay, that's way better. This actually reads logically. This is the way it should be. We're just kind of getting hung up. So really the only function, public functions are these two. Roll and calculate score. Calculate score could probably be cleaned up a bit too, but let's rerun all our tests. All right, so for each frame, calculate score. It's really check for bonus function. Yeah, bonus. So it could be a val. We could rename this to it's a little misleading because it could be 0. I can't think of a better way yet, so we'll do that. So you get the bonus, and then you add the score. Just add both roles. So we could say calculate frame. Calculate score. Sum rolls for sum up rolls for current frame. Add the bonus. And I wonder if we could get rid of this. Even easier to read. Okay, cool. So for each frame, sum up rolls for the current frame and get the bonus. And add those both to the score. All right, much cleaner. Took too long to get there, but that's fine. What is the next test we should write? So one thing I want to do is use more of the AI stuff. That's the point of the stream, right? So let me see. If I ask, we can try Bard this time, even though we didn't have great luck with Bard before. What would be the next test you would write if you were test driving this bowling score calculator code? Let's see what this guy says. The next test I would write to verify that a strike bonus is calculated correctly. I would say calculated after strike. Given frame, roll 10, 4, 5, calculate score, assert equals 1919, game score. This test will verify that the score for the first frame is 10 and the score for the second frame is 19. 10 for the strike bonus, plus 4 for the first roll, plus 5 for the second roll. I would continue writing tests to verify that all different scoring scenarios are handled correctly. For example, I would write tests to verify the score for a spare is calculated correctly and that the score for a perfect game is calculated. I already wrote one for the spare. I don't know what I was talking about. The next test I would write if I were test driving this bowling score calculator code would be to check if the strike bonus is calculated correctly. Here's an example. Strike bonus calculated after open frame. Game roll 10, 4, 5. Calculate score. Assert equals 19 plus 10. I was going to say this actually. They got their math wrong here. Actually, did they both get it wrong? Because wouldn't it be 10 plus 4 plus 5? Shouldn't the score, right? Isn't that how, oh, and then plus 4 plus 5 again. So it'd be 10 plus 9 plus 9, which would be closer to this guy, right? No, they're both wrong. Am I crazy? These are both wrong, right? They're both bad at math, I guess. What would be your score in bowling if you rolled a strike and then a 9? Her score would be 19 for that frame. This is basically a strike is worth 10 points, plus the total number of pins knocked down in the next two rolls. Oh, next two rolls. In this case, you knock down 9 pins on your next roll. Oh yeah, no, next two rolls, that makes sense. So the strike would be worth 10 plus 9. 19 points. Yeah, 19. So this is wrong. This is 29. And this guy says, if I roll the strike and then a 9, my score in bowling is 19. Again, wrong. He said 19 plus 19. So both these guys are wrong. So your test was expecting the wrong total. Yes, my test was expecting the wrong total. The test was expecting the score for the first frame to be 10 and the score for the second frame to be 19. Well, that's not true either. 10. Oh yeah, 19. No, that's correct. 10 plus 19. Well, then that's what it should have been. That's not what you were expecting. 10 for the strike. However, the correct score for the first frame is 19, and the correct score for the second frame is 19. The test should be updated. Oh my god, it got even worse. You see what it did there? And it's only passing in one roll now. This is getting worse. And this guy, he's saying, yes, you're correct. My previous test example is incorrect. The expected score should be 28 instead of 29. They're so dumb. No, okay, this one is 29. Okay, so saying it should be 29, but it's not. It's 19, right? Or no, it's, oh wait, hold on. It's 19 plus 9. Oh, so it is 28. This one's right. Yeah, this one's right. This one is wrong. If you roll a strike and then a 9, that's still wrong, Bard. Not to make fun of AI, but you are not correct, sir. You are not right. Now he says 29. Wrong. The test will verify the score is correct. Yep. You are still off by 1. How could this happen? I apologize. The correct score for the second frame is 19. No, the second frame is 9. The total score is 39. No, it's 28. Here's the updated test. I'm still under development. I'm always learning. Thank you for your patience and understanding. How would this happen? I made a mistake in my previous response. I am still under development. I'm always learning. I appreciate your patience and understanding. Not factually correct. The actual results. So we should expect 28. All of your tests have been wrong. You are correct. The correct score for the second frame is 19, and the total score is 28. Update test. This is because the strike is worth 10 points plus the total number of pins knocked down on the next two rolls. In this case, you knock down 9 pins on your next roll, so the strike would be 10 plus 9 equals 19. Okay, let's do that. Let's code it then with the proper assertion. Now, just because we know what the expected test is, doesn't mean we actually know. No. And then we would say second roll, let's game.roll hit. Cool. So now it's only going to roll if I gave it a second score or second roll. Cool. So given frame rolled 10, given frame rolled 4, 5. Calculate score, expect 28. What do we get? Any clues? It's not 28, I tell you that. It's 19. So we did not get the last 5? No. We're missing 9 points. We didn't get the last frame added. Let's make sure this is right. So let's say we actually expect 10 plus 9 plus 9, right? Because we expect the strike plus, no, oh, did I have it wrong? Because it's, see, this is kind of confusing, right? So you get the first frames amount, which is 10, plus the total, so it's really plus 4 plus 5, right? Because the next two rolls plus 4 plus 5. Yeah, so that's actually correct. It's 19 plus 9, 28. Yeah. All right, so how do we get it to be 28? Well, we need a different bonus calculator. Okay, so when we calculate score, we sum up rolls for the current frame, and then we get the bonus. Well, I think there's going to be a couple of problems. One is during this roll, we're seeing the frame is completed only after 2 rolls, but actually it could be completed if you get 10 on the first. Let's double check that. But we're saying get me the frames, and if the second roll is not equal to null, but that's actually not true. It's if the first one is null, then it's also completed. So we'll add that check here by saying or frames get or null first equals 10, right? So if the first one is 10, and I think we can make this code more readable if we convert it to a block and we extract this as a variable called the previous frame. Get frame is completed. Current frame. So if current frame second roll is not equal to null, or if current frame is equal to 10. So we know it's completed if it's 10. And we know it's completed if it has a second roll. Right. Another way we could have written this, which is a little more wordy, is if we said if current, what we could say is val frame total equals current frame dot sum of a dot first roll dot second roll. Oh, it doesn't like sum of. Current frame. Could I add a sum of function? Nah, it's a data class. I don't think we can do that. Okay. Well, we could just do it by hand. Don't we have a frame total? Oh, we have a is frame strike or spare. Yeah, so it's not gonna work. If frame total, all right, equals current frame dot first roll plus dot plus current frame So if frame total equals 10, return true, else yeah, I know, that's actually more complicated. I want to go back to this. I like this. It's good enough. Whatever. So, if the frame's completed, so now we at least should be checking if a strike ends the frame, which is good. But I don't think we're going to get the proper bonus. So we got 23, missing the last 5, because we only give the first roll on the second frame a 4. We need to add the 5. So let's go ahead and add the fix the bonus function. So get bonus now should handle strikes as well. So this is why we extract functions, because then it becomes easier to reason about. We don't have to change this. We only change this. This is only changing for one reason. The reason is because the way we're now handling strikes as a bonus as well. This stays the same, because you still, when you calculate a score, sum up the rolls and add the bonus. That algorithm has not changed. All right, so previous frame, bonus equals 0, frame was strike or spare. Really, it should be if it's a spare, then add the first roll. If it's a strike, add both. So we might need to rename this to frame was a spare, and then change it to really see if it's, we should do strike first, because then we could do an else. No, not exactly. If you ever just wanted to call just this function, you really should know that it's a spare, not a strike. So the only way to really do that would be and second roll is not null, right? So how do we do that? We would have to say, again, I'm going to switch this to a block so I can do a little different. I could say if previous frame dot second roll is equal to null, return false, right? Because you can't have a spare if you don't have a second roll. And then we could say, now we can return basically this. Cool. So now that's explicitly set to spare. And if we wanted strike, frame was strike, we just simply say if previous frame dot first roll equals 10. And that's what we'll return. True or false based on if it equals 10. All right, so then now we can say if frame was spare, else frame was else if frame was strike, bonus equals sum for rolls current frame, right? Because the bonus is both first roll and second roll. This was smart enough to autocomplete, and it knows how to do that, which is really cool. Great. There's one thing we can do here, which is we don't need this bonus equals 0 anymore. Why? Because we're always setting a bonus here. I guess we're not setting bonus to 0, so we'd have to say else bonus equals 0. Regardless, we could do a return here and not set bonus. And you may remember from earlier, there's actually a better way to do this in Kotlin instead of using if, and that is called when. When frame was a spare, return first roll. When frame was a strike, sum up rolls for current frame, else 0. Cool. I believe that's going to pass. That's awesome. Okay, well, here's the cool thing about this kata. I know it took us a while to get there, but I actually, if I did this right, and there's a good chance I did it, so I don't want to overhype it, but if I did this right, there's only one more test that's actually needed. Well, not exactly, because I haven't done the, maybe. We have to do the game is over after 10 frames. Oh, you know what we're missing? We're missing the bonus frame. Yeah, if it's 10 frames, then do the bonus. I was going to say we could do the 300 perfect score game right now, but I actually think we can't do that yet. We have to do 10th frame bonus. So we could say final frame bonus. Yeah, so a final frame bonus. Strike bonus calculated. Bonus calculated after strike or spare in 10th. Right. Something like that. Yeah, it's more about adding, not calculating. Okay. So we can simulate this by saying, give me 9 frames, because we don't really care about the last one. So let's go ahead and say, give me 9 nines. Well, yeah, 9 nines. I don't want to do spares or strikes for the first 9 frames. So let's do this. We'll get another function, and we'll say, given 9 open frames. ID has detected 3 code fragments. No, I don't want to do that because I'm about to change this implementation. So now I'm going to say repeat. Nope, it did a bad autocomplete. I'm going to say repeats 9 times this thing. Or maybe it's like this is probably the right syntax for it. There we go. So it's saying 9 times call this function. That's got to set the frame to a 4, then a 5 for each frame. Cool. Then we roll a strike. And we should get one more roll. Let's actually, you know what? Let's do another 9. Let's do 9s. 4, 5, and then let's say 4. So interesting is that this is not a 10. Let's see. Let's make sure it can handle having no second roll on the 10th frame, even though it's not a 10. Cool. So what do I expect here? Well, I would expect 9 times 9, right? Or we could say, to be really clear, 4 plus 5 times 9 for the first 9 frames, right? Plus whatever the last frame is, or the 10th frame, right? So the 10th frame is going to be a 9, so 4 plus 5 plus 5 plus 4 for the 10th frame. All right, so obviously this is not going to calculate out correctly. It's going to be missing the last 4. Actually, I take it back. It probably will calculate. It's just going to think there's 11 frames. Because if you think about it, I didn't introduce any new rules here. I just threw 11 frames worth of balls. So what's enforcing it to give me a third ball on the 10th frame? Nothing here, really. So maybe maybe I was right about just needing a test for the perfect game. Why is this so slow? Did it not run? Oh, it just ran that fast. Okay, so it does work. Like if I get rid of this 4, it's actually going to fail. Right, it's off by 4. Okay, so this is not a valid test then. I think the only thing really missing is that the game ends after 10 frames, but that's going to break. It's going to break this one. So let's keep this test here for now. But that, yeah, this is signal that we didn't actually. This is signal that there's no code change to make. So it's kind of weird to have it here. But let's go ahead and add one more for only 10 frames. Only 10 frames. I don't know. In a game. Question is, how do you want to signal that the game is over? Crash when you do 11th frame, throw an error. I think the basic thing we could probably do is crash, and then obviously if you had a real once we hook it up to a real terminal, a real game, we would probably throw like a here's your final score or something, right? But yeah, let's go ahead and just throw an assertion, like an expected assertion that we make up ourselves. So this is actually cool because I can show you how to test assertions. How do you do that? Well, same thing here. Okay, one tricky thing here is if I said roll this 10 times, that would be valid. If I said roll this 11 times, that wouldn't be valid, right? So this is actually probably correct. What would be okay is if I did 10 like this, and I did one more where I rolled just a 4 or something. Actually, that's not true. You shouldn't get a bonus. I just realized this is wrong. This would not be a bonus because it should have, this one should have actually crashed because we didn't get 10 on the 10th frame. So we can actually reuse this test. So we'll say 9 and get rid of that one. So now we'll say yeah, you shouldn't have gotten this roll. So we'll say final frame bonus. Instead of final frame bonus, we'll say game ends after 10th frame. Cool. So what should have happened is we do a try. Do a catch. I don't know that we can do a score calculator. It's really the roll that does it. We could calculate this score here, but I don't really care about the score for this one. I care that the game is ended. Okay, so let's just say we expected to throw an error that says game is over. Let's see what it actually does. It passes, but that's because it never got to this branch. So when you're doing a crash assertion, you actually need to add another assertion here, saying like it should not have hit this line. So it'd be I forget what this test library. I think it's assertions.fail maybe, and then it's just game. Let's see. Extra roll did not throw exception. Throw expected exception. Right, so we're saying if you reach this line of code, fail for this reason. And you only reach this code if the catch doesn't get called. Because in a try catch, it runs until it gets an exception thrown, and then it skips to the catch. So it should not have hit this line. But you'll see, it actually will hit this line. So this is our failing test. This is why when you do TDD, you start with the failing test. Because I could have just written this, saw a passing test, and think that this case works, but it doesn't actually work. So this is one of the kind of odd things in tests, in unit tests, that you need to handle. Cool. Yeah, so extra roll did not throw expected exception. Great. So now we can handle that by checking if the total number of frames. Let's do that. So under game, whenever you roll, let me get rid of this code. Whenever you roll, first thing we say is frames.size. If it's really not greater than 10, and I'll show you why. Well, I'm trying to think. Is it greater than 10? Let's try that. Excuse me. Wait, did that say and? That should not be and. That's a weird way to do it. I could just say if. Actually, you know what we can do? We can do an assert. Assert frames.size is less than or equal to 10. And then message would be game is over. This one's a lazy message. What is a lazy message? Calculated by lazy message. If the value is false and runtime assertions have been enabled on JVM using the EA, lazy message has to be a lambda, so it would be something like this. But I wonder if this needs to be an exception. Is that right? I don't think that's right. We can put it after. Let's see if that's right. Extra roll did not throw expected exception. Right. So I think what's happening is, well, it's also possible this exception throwing thing is not working the way we think it does. Let's just say it's less than 10. Oh, no. Yeah. Okay, so I got game is over. But that should have been caught. Why did that not get cut by our test? Oh, because I rolled here, right? Let's say is less than 11. That doesn't throw. Yeah, so I think the reason this doesn't work is because, let's think about it. So you're on the 10th frame. You roll a 4, you roll a 5. And then you throw so what happens then? It added the last one to the current frame. So you now have 10. You come in here, you add a new frame for the 11th. So there's no throw. It's really only going to throw if we would say, okay, it's not about the frame size necessarily, because you actually have to calculate. I mean, we're not even talking about having the extra roll on the 10th, really. Just that's going to actually be important, but for now, it's just not going to call this again because we're only rolling once. You'd have to roll one more time for it to actually notice. So if I did this, you would notice the problem. So that works. But we actually want, because this last one was not a strike, we want this to throw. Cool. So this is a valid failure. The one we just put in there is a valid failure if you roll literally 11 frames. But it's not a valid failure if you just didn't get the bonus. So we need a better way to handle that kind of failure. So let's think about this slightly differently. So if it's a new frame, then you might want to do this. Or frame is completed. So we might have to do the frame is completed. Might have to calculate the 10th frame thing. Because I think that's the only place where we'll know about the 10th frame being the bonus one. So let's try putting the bonus thing here. So if the frame is completed, only checks current. So if it has a 10, we need the strike case, basically. We could say if 10th frame, first let's just check if it's the 10th frame. So if current frame, we'll say frames dot size equals 10. Current frame second will not equal to null. All right. Frames completed. So if it's the 10th frame, the way you calculate if you're done is if you've rolled 3 times, or I just realized we have a problem. Frames does not account for a third bonus roll. So what we could do is we could add a bonus roll. Val final frame bonus roll. Maybe not the best design, but we could do something like this. And then this would make this calculation a little easier. So we would say, if the first 2 ones are not a spare or strike, so we would have to say, if is spare, frame was spare, current frame, current frame or frame was strike. Frame was strike. Okay, so if it was a spare or strike, and current frame frames dot and current. You know what I just realized? I think it's only return current frames, like the final bonus by this roll not equal to null. Is that all it is? Because if it's the 10th frame, you're done with the frame. Oh no, it's if you've it's if you've rolled your last one or did not get bonus, final bonus equals is strike. Frame was spare. Current frame. Or frame was strike. Or I guess not. And frame was not. And frame was not strike. Okay. So you didn't get a strike, and you didn't get a spare. If you got 2 strikes, that's fine. If you got 1 spare, if you got whatever, 1 strike and 1 other pin, doesn't matter. Did not get, so it's return, did not get the final bonus. Maybe it should be got final bonus. All right, let's think about it. So if you didn't get the final bonus and you've already rolled 2 balls, then you want to do this. It's basically a regular frame at that point. It almost seems like these could also be that, right? These could be saying this one is second frame is not equal to null. So, well, no, this is specifically if you closed out the frame, right? So this is if frame closed out. How do you say that? Frame was not spare, frame was not spike. Then you want to return. I think we could just say this or this, right? You did not get final bonus. The only problem here is what if you've only thrown 1 pin so far? That's the problem. Yeah, so this would have to actually become something even more complicated, like and current frame dot second roll is not equal to null. Right. You could also say if we could probably short circuit this a bit if we said if second roll is null, then the frame is not complete, right? So if second frame equals null, return false, right? Then you don't need this. Can we make it even better? What's another case when it would be false? We could flip this around. We could say got final extra roll bonus equals from a spare or from a strike. So if you got an extra roll bonus, so then you would say if current frame dot final frame bonus equals null, and you got the extra one, return false. Okay. And then the last one would be if final was true. So we could just say if current frame not equal to null, return true. Then you don't need this one. And this could be even simpler. You could just return that's kind of hard to read though, like that. Got extra roll bonus. So the frame is completed if you didn't get extra roll bonus. Maybe a better way would just say if this or this, return false. Then it matches more like the other one. Alright, so let's read this. So if your second roll is null, go ahead and return false, because you have not finished even the first 2 frames of your final round. We don't really care. Maybe a better way to say this would be to do this for any time, right? So we could actually do that here. Isn't that true? And this could be simplified. Simplify. Is that true? So if you have not rolled your second roll, there's no way your frame is completed. That's a fact. What if there's no frames and it's null? Yeah, then you haven't rolled your first one, so that makes sense. All right, so if you are on your final roll, I wonder if we could reverse this and say if you're not on your final roll, would that be better or worse? Ooh, that's ugly. Okay, so if we do it like this, then I can easily flip this. Yeah, so if you're not on this, is that correct? If frame size is not equal to 10, return true. I don't think that's correct anymore. Or maybe it is. Maybe it's if second roll equals null, you want, so we could say not equal to null returns true. If it's not equal to null, is that true? If second roll is not equal to true, but only if you're not equal to 10. So it would be this. if it's not the final frame, then it matters if you've rolled your second roll or not. Is that better? So then if you are on your 10th frame, it's, and your final is not return true. It's almost like else, isn't it? No, it's else if frame was spare or frame. So if it's not a frame or a striker spare, I mean, then no, sorry, if it was a spare strike, you get a bonus. Should get bonus for 10th. It should get bonus for. Okay, if final. Okay, you've already got the bonus. So I wonder if we could say, if you should get the bonus, it's still you just return true at the end. Oh, there we go. If you should not get the bonus for final frame, why would you return that? So, frame is completed if you should not get the bonus. Yeah, I guess that's true. So it's either completed because game's not over. So you could say function not final. I guess you should say is final frame. And then you just put a not here. Alright, so if it's not the final frame, return maybe a better way. Let's see. Val result equals true. I guess it should be a var. Then you go if this result equals this, else want to combine these. So, when it's not the final frame, current frame second roll is not equal to null. That's how you tell if it's completed. When current frame is not equal to null, return true. Oh, sorry, when final bonus roll is not equal to null, return true. Else, you need to do a calculation, should get bonus roll for final frame. I don't like this negative, so a better way to say this would probably be no bonus roll. So if you got this or this, then you get a bonus roll. But if you did not get this, if you did not get a spare and you did not get a strike, then no bonus. I guess the better way to say this would be is open frame. It's not really open frame of the 10th, so no bonus roll for final frame. And you don't need this not. Else, it's kind of missing the if though. Else, maybe I inline this. Does that read any better? Else, frame a spare or frame a strike. If it's not the final frame, then return the frame is completed if missing second roll. Yeah, it's too complicated. Yeah, it's too much going on here. I really want to change this to is if frame completed. Maybe it'd read better if something like is final frame so it's like when function. I can't really do that. It's really like is final frame with no bonus. Okay, is final frame so is final frame and is missing bonus roll, right? That's really the crux of it. If it's the final frame, so we basically say return is final frame and is final frame and final frame bonus. Yeah, here's the is final frame. So is final frame and final frame bonus equals null. Cool. So this would be val frame completed equals this, right? And the next one would be, or is final frame and is missing bonus. Well, I already have that. Be if it's else, if it's not the final frame, and or is the final frame and has bonus, no, this is false. Else if is final frame and has rolled bonus and has a bonus roll. Right, which is this guy is not equal to null. Okay, and then the last one is has final frame and has bonus, so that's completed. The last one is second row is not equal to null. That might be the way to go. Return that guy. And we can simplify this. That's what I meant. Remove property with if expression. No. Bum bum bum. Return. You don't need this. All right, I think that reads better, right? We're saying, and I don't even, do we even need this one? I feel like we can inline this one now. This is probably function, not final rounds. Normal frame, normal is normal frame and is missing second roll. And is missing second roll not equal to null. And yeah, and has second. Is final frame and has bonus roll, is normal frame and has second roll. Okay. That's okay. Frame is completed when is final frame and is missing bonus roll. See, that should read the other way. Right? So we wanted to say frame is completed when, and this is true. So how do we invert this? Is final frame, so is final frame end is missing bonus roll. So we want it to be completed. Is final frame end is not missing. No, that's this one. Is final frame and is not missing. Is it just covered by this one? Right? These are the same. Okay. Right? Because you can only have one of these. Because if this is the final round and it's missing, then it's not completed. If it's final round and has it, then it is. It's final round and it's missing. So if I inverted this, I could say not this returns true. Is final frame. And then if I inline this and inline this, how similar do these become? Can you invert this? It's not letting me invert it. Replace with or, flip and. No. I think replace with or doesn't actually invert it. So what's a better way to say this? This might be a normal round then. That's the problem. So we don't actually know. When you flip it like this, you don't know if it's false because it's not the final round. So that's the weird part about it. So maybe a better way to say this would be so is not final frame and is missing. Is not final frame with missing. So is not final frame with missing bonus roll. Is not final frame with missing bonus roll. So confusing. There's definitely a better way to write this. Just get stuck on it. Okay. But I think this is correct. We just do this one for now. Whatever. Reads a little better. All right. So our test, though, I don't think it will pass. Let's find out. Okay. Extra roll did not throw expected exception. Okay. So why are we not throwing an exception? So now we can go back to this whole roll thing. Say assert if it's less than 10, game is over. Else, if it's 10 and the frame is now completed, right? That's what we care about. So it could be on the 10th frame and it's completed, which is the case we're testing. Game ends after 10th frame. If the 10th frame is completed and you try to roll another ball, then we have a problem. So we could do it this way. We could say like is equal to 10 and frame was completed. Maybe we're mixing too many concepts here. Let's think. If it's the 10th frame, should you ever be able to get to this completed? I think so, right? Well, no, because you don't want to create a new... You really want to say, if it's the 10th frame, have I rolled too many times? That's hard to say, though. We could start with if frame is completed, but we don't know why it's completed. That's the problem. If frame is completed and frame equals 10, could you have just completed though? You might have just final frame is missing. This might work, right? Because then you're saying frame is completed. If frame is completed, and you're on the 10th frame. The game should be over. But this is not happening. It should be hitting this one. Is final frame and has bonus. No, it should be this one. Is final frame and is missing bonus frame. Yeah, we're missing the part where we say like you don't deserve a bonus, right? So, is final frame and has bonus frame. Ah, yeah, we're missing the part about you don't get a bonus because your score sucks. So, okay, so if all right, so a better way to say this would be if final frame and no bonus, no final frame bonus. Oops, undo. What happened here? Why is it creating the function there? That's why. No final frame bonus. Alright, so the no final frame bonus thing is kind of captured in the is completed. Frame is completed. Is final frame in is missing bonus roll. Is final frame in is missing bonus roll. Is final frame in has bonus roll. It's like the opposite of this, right? Oh no, it's that it shouldn't get the bonus. It's the one where it checks spares and strikes. I think I'm missing that. Is normal frame and has second roll. Hold on. You're going to return true that it's completed if it has bonus roll. That's fine. But here you're going to return false if it was the final frame and it didn't have a bonus. But the reality is it actually could be over if it's the final frame and it doesn't deserve a bonus. Is final frame and did not earn bonus. So this only works if is final frame frames, let's call this current frame. If current frame is less than 10, really we want this the total, right? So like is strike or spare. Frame spare, frame was spare. No, you're missing the current frame thing. So you didn't earn it if you didn't get a spare or a strike. So is final frame and did not earn bonus roll. Frame was spare, but it's only true though if you haven't. Yeah, this is too complicated because it's like, what if you've only rolled once, right? Like you're not quite there yet. So this whole thing is not going to work. I think we need to go back to the basics on this one. So is final frame and missing bonus roll means it's final frame, but there's no bonus roll. So there's a chance you still earned one, or you still get another chance. Is the final frame not equal to null? So then you have a bonus one. So true, I think that's fine. Whatever. Let's go back to the function we were trying to write a second ago. No final frame bonus. So this happens if is final frame and current frame. Again, we don't know the current frame. Current frame. All right, so if the current frame dot first roll if first roll is not equal to null and current frame, no, it's really just if either one is, so if current frame, oh, so if it's, yeah, if current frame is not equal to null and current frame, second roll is not equal to null, then you check if they got a spare strike. Return frame was spare, frame was not spare, frame was not strike. It's really one or the other, right? Yeah, so no final frame if you didn't get a spare and you didn't get a strike. How do you know? Oh, not equal to null. Duh. Alright. So if, alright, is final frame and current frame is not equal to second roll. Oh, okay, so if it's the final frame and your second roll is not null, then we want to see if you got a strike or spare, right? No final frame bonus. Else return true. You gotta well, I guess it'd be else I guess false. So if you're on the final frame, which you would only check this if you were on the final frame, so we don't really need this check anymore. So really it's not sure the best way to say this. All right, if second roll is not equal to null, return, let's just return. else you still have a roll to go. Maybe the better way to say this is if frame size is 10 and current frame dot second roll is not equal to null, and right, then you don't need this bit here. You just return this. This is saying if it's the 10th frame and there is a second roll, but you didn't get the bonus, then the game is over. All right. Let's try that one. So I would expect it to have hit this one. Let's find out why it didn't. Oh, hold on. Bowling test. Run debug. Current frame is null. That's fine. Upside down. Okay. And the next time, current frame is still null. Why is current frame null? Roll was 5. Current frame is null. Why is current frame null? Current frame null again. Oh, should we not be using current frame? My bad. I guess I shouldn't use current frame. And so instead of saying current frame, we say... Forgot how we were doing that. This. Last or null. There you go. Why do you need a set? Alright. Current frame is not null. Add the second one. Okay. And what is the third one? Yeah, third one went in here. Why? What is this? Alright, current frame. Final frame. Bonus. First roll. Second roll. So it had a second roll. It's not equal to null. So then it should have went into this guy. This guy failed to do its job. Why? Oh, right, it's going to do this 9 times. Totally forgot. Wait, it just passed that time. Okay. Okay, not the cleanest. This is why I gotta do katas more. Alright, overthinking the logic. let's try the perfect game. Well, I'm pretty sure we don't have the bonus for the 10th one. Game app ends after 10th frame. We could just try though. Perfect game. All right, so we could say roll. Something like this. 10 times. Or really, it's 11, 12 times, right? Yeah, it's 12 times you roll a 10. Because it's 9 frames, and then on the 10th you roll 3 times. So you roll 10 times, we don't care about this, we just care about the final score. Game.calculate, and assert equals 300. Cool, let's run that. 220. All right, so 220 would be what? If we didn't, okay, so if we didn't add the last, yeah, I'm not sure where it's going wrong. It's giving us some bonuses. Get bonus. Frame was spare, frame was strike. No final frame bonus. Let's keep it private. Alright, if no final, so we shouldn't be hitting that, but then the frame is completed, it's probably all weird. So the frame's only completed is normal frame, it has a second roll, then it's completed. We could change this, we could say, if it's this, then alright, is normal frame and has second roll, then you're completed. We could say is final frame and has bonus roll, because that means you've completed, right? And then the last one is normal frame has second roll, is final frame and has bonus roll. It'd be is final frame and no, otherwise it's just false, right? Is it just else false here? Because that means you're missing a second roll on a normal one, or you're missing your bonus roll. I think that might be all we need, actually. Let's see if that got us any closer. 220. Okay. I want to see where this returns true. I might need to add braces. Perfect game. So yeah, never hit that last case. Wonder why. Yeah, so we're not getting the bonus roll. Final frame. So if it has final frame, so if you've earned, there's probably another case where we say is normal frames. This should be is not 10. Oh, am I missing that? Yeah, I'm missing that. Specify say if not is final frame. changed it. No, still not hitting that case. All right, let's look at the rules. Frame is completed. Add roll to current frame. So, first roll, obviously it's not done. Second roll, it's done. Not done, done, not done, not done, done, done. Back and forth until it, oh, it ended early. Why did it end early? Let's see. How many frames was that? That's 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5. Oh, but he's getting strikes. I keep forgetting. I didn't handle the strikes case. And so is normal frame and second roll. So we can say is normal frame and got strike. Return true. All right. Boolean. Return. It's not final frame and first roll equals to. Okay, so false. So they're saying not completed even though the first one was a strike. Well, that's just wrong. Something's wrong. All right. Is final frame. Frame dot get. Oh no. What does this return? This normal frame got strike. So should be true. Strike. Strike. Okay. So it is doing this one now. And then it gets here, and it's already got 10 frames. Okay, so it's one of the 10 frames when that messes up. So we'll look at the 9th frame, which is actually the 10th because we started at 0. And it only has the second roll, or it's missing the second roll. So it's not over, which is true. Okay. And then this one also is not over. Great. And then you should get the final roll. Okay, I think I'm not adding the final frame bonus roll. Yeah, it must be missing that final frame bonus roll thing. So let's add that. Oops. Get bonus. Frame was strike. Previous frame, frames dot get or null. Frame was a spare. Frame was a strike. Sum of rolls for current frame. First roll plus second roll. That's fine. Who sets the rolls? That's up in our roll, right? So we're saying frames plus. So this should only happen. So it's not completed. It's going to add roll to current frame, and it's going to copy the second roll. So that's wrong on the final one. So on the final one, we would say if is final frame and second frame is null current frame equals current frame dot copy. No. Why would it do that? Be more like second from is not equal to from. No, I do final bonus roll equals roll. There it is. Okay. All right. I'm tired. Okay. We broke the perfect game this time. What? It seemed like it worked last time. Maybe I clicked the wrong one. Oh, only 10 frames. Yeah, I clicked the wrong one. Okay, so it's not fixed. 210. So something's going on here still. Debug. Okay, so it does that 10 times, or 9 times, whatever. Then it gets here, and we are indeed on the last frame. It rolled a 10, rolled a 10, and then we should get one more. So let's add a breakpoint for calculate score, get bonus. Sum up rolls. This should actually sum up all three. So first plus current and final, yeah, it knows. Frame bonus. Right. And then I think the bonus we might have already covered. $230, getting better. Yeah, so on the final one, the bonus works differently, right? Because it doesn't take the previous frames. It takes your current frames, strike, and then the next strike, and then strike. Yeah, that's the weird part. So we got to handle the 10th frame special. So let's figure that out. When you're calculating score, that's where this matters. For frame was strike. So that's if the previous frame was a strike. We got to think about if the current frame is the 10th frame. Bum, 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 bum. Get bonus. So I think there's one problem here. Is we would be calculating the previous frame only on the first roll of the 10th. So we should do this. If is final frame and bum, 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 and current frame dot first roll is not equal to 10. No, not equal to null. Alright, so if you've got a first one, oops, if you got first roll is not equal to null, first roll is not equal to null. How's that always true? How do you know it's 10? Oh. No, how do you know this is 10? No, it's always true. Oh, because it can't be true. It can't be null. Right. Just if it's not equal to... I just want to see if it's set. So... I guess it's if second roll set. I guess it's really second roll. If second roll is not equal to null, then you've already, yes, you got the points for it, but now you don't get the bonus, so you need to do a different bonus calculation. Cool. So final frames bonus will be based on, instead of previous frame, you would set previous frame equals, it's really current frame now. So if it's the final frame and the current frame, second roll is not equal to null, then use the current frame for the bonuses. Probably a better way to do that, but that's fine. $230. Frame to use for bonus. If its final frame is not equal to null, then you want to use the current frame. Let's see if we ever hit that. Seems like we didn't hit this. So we've got all frames. Second roll is set. Final roll is set. We never hit this one. Why? It is the final frame. And second roll is not equal to null. Second roll is equal to null. Interesting. How did that happen? Oh, because it's now starting another frame? What the heck? How is that possible? Yeah, it started a new frame. And do we have too many frames? How's that possible? How could you start another frame? This is the 10th one. So who's passing in the current frame? Current frame is here. Calculate score. For each frame in the index. That's impossible. So if you look at this, the 9th frame has all three. So then why would the current frame only have the first one? Is it sum up roll doing something weird? Sum up roll is turning current roll plus this plus this. That seems right. Yeah, we're definitely setting that now. We see that. Something funky going on here. So if we called calculate score, we have 10 things that we need to loop through. Somehow you got to one that didn't have a second roll, which is impossible because we should have ended by now if this was truly. Gets bonus, perfect game, repeat 12 times. Can I do 13 times? Hey, you can just keep going. Okay, so obviously something bad happened with this extra roll thing. So the extra roll thing is not working anymore. So let's figure that out. If frame size equals 10 and current frame second roll is not equal to null and no final frame bonus. Okay, but what if it is equal to null? Well, then you guess game's not over. No final frame bonus. Okay, but what if there is a final frame bonus? You go on forever. Got it. Okay. It's really this adding more complications, but it's or final. All right, at least now it blows up, which is good. It's probably not blowing up. It might be blowing up in the wrong one. Yeah, it seems like it needs to stop one short. Let's ask AI. If my bowling calculator is returning 230 for a perfect game, what might be wrong? How many rolls are in a perfect bowling game? Perfect is when a player scores 300 votes by rolling 12 consecutive strikes. If the bowling calculator is returning 230, suggests that there might be an issue with how the calculator is handling the bonus points for strikes. One possibility could be that the calculator is not correctly adding the bonus points for the 2 rolls following a strike. Another possibility could be that the calculator is not correctly handling the 10th frame, where a player can roll up to 3 times if they get a strike or spare on the first roll. It would be helpful to review the code. So, let's do that then. So if it's the 2 following rolls that get added to the strike, right? Let's go back to our strike test case and make sure we're doing that right. Strike. Oh, are we not calculating the strike right? I thought we already had one for that. Okay, we're going to add that one back. So, strike, bonus added after open frame. So if we do 10, so we do 10, and then we do 4, 5. I thought we already did this one. How did we not do this one? Okay, if we do this, then your score should be, yeah, we totally did this. It's 28. Remember, it's 10 plus 4 plus 5 plus 4 plus 5. Oops. Okay, so that works. But what if you're on the 10th frame? Something's happening there. What could possibly be happening on the 10th frame? So let's do the first one. Let's say you've had 10 perfect, so given frame rolls 10. Okay, so at that point your calculation should be 10 plus the next 2, right? And guess let's do 3 strikes in a row. No, let's do 2 strikes. So 2 strikes would be 10 plus 10 plus, let's see. First one would be 10 plus a 10 bonus plus 10 on the second frame. Then you would do plus basically the same thing on the second frame, or third, right? So this would be so the previous two. So the 10 plus the previous, or plus the previous 2, but you would only have, you wouldn't, oh, the consecutive 2. So this would be following 2 frames is always going to be 20, right? So we just say, oh no, but it's not. It's got to be compounding is the problem. Oh, it's so confusing. So we say val first frame with bonus equals 10 plus 10 plus 10. The next 2 frames. Val second frame with bonus equals 10 plus 10 plus 10. And then the third one we'll do val third frame with bonus equals 10 plus 10. And then, no, would it be 10 plus 10? Let's say you get a spare on the next one. So we say 2, 10, 10, and then 4, 5. Okay, so this should be your score. This plus seconds plus this. What does that give you? So that's wrong. Yeah, so it's not giving us the bonuses, or I did something weird here. 48. So what is it probably doing? It's probably not giving us the next 10. Is it like missing out on these 10 or something? Or no, it's, 48, 59, 10 plus 10 plus, so it should be 9 maybe. Guess this one last one would be 9, wouldn't it? Third frame wouldn't have a bonus. If it's the next 2, first frame is 10 plus 10 plus 4, and this one would be 10 plus 4 plus 5. Isn't that right? Because you get your 10 for the roll, plus the next one, and then plus 4, 5. Is that what we got? Something's wrong. If I rolled 2 strikes and then a 9 in bowling, what would be my score? Your score would be 39 for the first 2 frames. This is because a strike is worth 10 points plus the total number of pins knocked down on the next 2. In this case, your first strike would be worth 10 plus 10 plus 9. Wait, why is it 9? It'd be 4. Oh, and then a 9. I should have said 4. Whatever. Your second strike would be worth 10 plus 9. So I should have said this differently. If I roll 2 strikes and then a 4 and a 5. Alright, 53. In this case, your first strike would be 10 plus 10 plus 4, 24. So 10 plus 10 plus 4. 10 plus 10 plus 4. And your next strike would be 10 plus 4 plus 5. 10 plus 4 plus 5. 9. And third would be 9. 24, 19, 9. Is that right? 24, 19, 9. Yep, 52. Yeah, so that's correct. Okay, so let's get this fixed. If we can get this fixed, we might be able to fix the rest of the stuff going on here. So, sum up for rolls. So you're always going to get that, whatever your roll was, that's true. And then the bonus is actually going to be, frame to use for bonus is, no, get frames to get our normal index, so get your previous frame. If the frame was a spare, no, it's always going to be a strike. So if the previous frame was a strike, then you're going to get sum up rolls for current frame. I think what I'm doing is actually wrong here. I think I'm kind of looking backwards, like using the previous frame, when in reality we should be looking at the next 2 frames. So we almost should be like, well, I guess yeah, you would need the next 2 rolls, but if you get another strike, it's only going to look at the current frame. So you really need the next 2 rolls. So if it was a strike, it's like get the next 2. We can't actually get the next 2 yet, so we almost have to hold off if it's a strike. So we should check if it's a strike first, probably. Alright, frame to use for bonus. We probably should just check. I guess for this case, we say else if elf yeah, we can't go further forward than the current frame. So I think I have to kind of reverse this bonus thing. It's almost like don't calculate your score until 2 frames have passed. So maybe a better way to do this would be for every frame, I want to get the current frame and the next 2 frames. So let's do that. Let's say value current frame. Alright, so we'll say next 2 frame. Next frame equals frames dot get or null the index. Is it really +1? Yeah, the next one would be +1. Next frame. Well, the problem is if it's not about the frames, it's about the rolls. That's the problem. So we get the next frame. So val first roll equals next frame dot first roll second roll. Problem is you wouldn't have a second roll on a strike, so you'd say if second roll equals if next, so if current frame, no, yeah, if current frame was if next frame was a strike, if strike next frame, okay, so if the next frame is a strike, then you want the frame after that, which would be frames dot get or null index plus 2. Frames. So this is next frame. All right, so if frame was strike, then the second roll would be the next frame first roll, else it'd be the next frame second roll. Cool. All right, and then we'd say sum up for rolls current frame plus first roll, second roll. So let's do another function here where we take current frame, first roll, second roll, and we'll change this to next roll and next roll. This thing doesn't exist. Get bonus 2. Great. Get bonus. So this is where we say turn when frame was a spare, it's going to be the next roll. When frame was a strike, it's next roll plus next roll, else there is no bonus. Boom. And then we get rid of this guy, except the last one we are kind of missing. Except maybe we're not. Maybe this new code will just work with oh, the only thing is if the next roll was the final roll. So if frame was strike, then the next roll is the next frame's first roll. That's only if it's not the final round. When frame was a second, we need final frame is final frame. Next roll would be frame was strike. Next roll is only the first roll if it's not final frame. Yeah, this is going to be weird. If it's final roll, then that's what we're going to do. We're actually going to leave it as it was. So we're going to override next and next roll, next roll. Right. If is final frame, then next roll equals current frame second roll. Next roll equals final. Yep. But that's only true if the current frame is not the that's only true if the current frame is and a current frame. How do you know the current frame is? Here's the problem. Not the current frame. How do you know that the roll that you're calculating? Oh, I guess for you don't care about rolls. You care about the frame. So if it's the final frame, yeah, you would always take the current frame sums up for. So all of them. And the bonus, yeah, see, this is the problem. The bonus is supposed to be on rolls, not frames. That's where we went wrong, I think. Because this is gonna, yeah, this is gonna be close, but not perfect. Oh, maybe I lied. Maybe it will be perfect for the perfect game. I just remember this kata, the logic being super easy in the end, like shockingly you're like, wait, it just knows how to calculate the 10th frame like that? And I think I may have just hit that gotcha moment. Okay, but this is perfect. Yeah, so this is me overriding. So now it works for everything that's not a perfect game. But let's go back to a perfect game. So did we have that? 12? This one's going to be wrong. $140, not even close. Given frame rolled 10. All right. So, sum up for rolls for current frame. So for each frame, add up all the rolls in the current frame. Add the bonuses, which takes the current frame. Yeah, this one's weird, right? Because it's not actually the... Well, it's not even using the current frame. If frame was spare. Right, because you already got the points for the frame. See, the frame was strike thing is not correct because it could be your third roll or your second roll. If frame was strike, you need to know. You need to do this for every strike is the problem. Yeah, it might be better to go roll by roll. So if instead of indexing, what if we did like a flat map or something, or a flat? So what if I said val rolls, but I wouldn't know what frame the roll's from. Maybe that doesn't matter. That might be the way to go. So this should return list of frame first roll, second roll, 0, or yeah. Great. That might be better. I guess the problem here is you don't know if a 10... You don't... Oh, so you don't know where the spares are, right? Because you do a 4. Yeah, it doesn't really work, right? Because if you get a 4, 5, no, if you get a 5, 5, or you get a 4, 5, 5, you may think that's a spare because you're looking at if the last two rolls were add up to 10. But in reality, you wouldn't do it that way. Yeah, that wouldn't work either. What if we calculated all normal rolls first, then bonuses? That'd be hard. If we calculate, yeah, you're not supposed to, I know in this card you're not supposed to handle the 10th frame special, and I'm already doing that a lot. It's really just a matter of knowing that you need to add up the next two rolls. But how do you add up the next two rolls? I guess if we put zeros in there, and you take 2 at a time, maybe that works? I don't think so, but we could try it. We could do for each frame. No. We could do a map. We could say what roll. No, that doesn't work either. For each roll. So for each roll, get the next two rolls, which would be next roll would be rolls, dot get, or null. No, there's no null. It'll just be, well, yeah, no, it could be null. Could be index out of bounds. Index plus 1. Cool. So then you would say, you don't really care if it's the final one, I don't think. This val again. So then you would just always say score equals sum of, isn't it just roll plus roll plus? It's really just, yeah, roll plus next roll plus next roll. Oh wait, no, it's just your roll. What am I talking about? Yeah, your score is your roll, because you're doing it by roll now. And then the bonus. So this would just be roll. This might be it. Yeah, I might have been doing it wrong this whole time. Alright, do we care that it's a spare? See, it's kind of the problem. Yeah, now I have no way of calculating the bonus. Because you don't just add the next roll and next roll. You only do that if you get a bonus. So no way of knowing what roll this is part of. You could say if my roll was a strike, that one we could do, right? So if roll equals 10, when roll equals 10, right? It's the spare one we can't really do. What's funny is this probably would work for the perfect game. No. Why wouldn't that work? Equals next roll plus next roll. Oh, roll. 270. Still not right. Now that I just don't get. You're getting a bonus with the next 2 rolls on every single roll. Weird. Why wouldn't that work? 270. So we're missing 30. This is the last 3. Let's see what the rolls end up being here. Okay, so it should be 10. Yeah, 10 in all, zeros, right? 10. Cool. And then the last 3 are 10s. Great. So yeah, so score equals 10 plus next roll is 0, 0. Oh, it's still counting the zeros. That's the problem. I have to exclude zeros. Well, no, because they could have rolled a 0. Ew, that's not gonna work. So here in the flat map, if you get a 10, we don't add zeros. It's a flat map. That's the first roll, then second roll. Basically, I just have to handle the nulls, maybe. And then this is normal. And roll could be normal. And get or null index plus 1. Is index null? No, sorry. Alright, this bonus has to take nulls. Next roll gets, but these could be null too, which is weird. Doesn't show as null. Say roll dot roll dot let. Okay, and then the next roll, next roll. So this is not going to be index plus 1 unless we get rid of nulls. Filter nulls. Filter not null. You don't need this anymore. You shouldn't need this at all. Yeah, I think it's because we're conflating zeros and nulls. Those are 2 different things. Run this without debug. 450, so we went over this time. Well. Yeah, okay. Maybe the final round thing's not working anymore. Or maybe it's because maybe this was actually wrong. Maybe don't add the roll. $330. We're close. So there will be no next roll. Yeah, I don't know why this is. Oh, it's or 0. I guess that's correct. So weird that it's the last. That's the extra 30. I almost wonder if it should be roll instead. $210. Okay, so. Huh. Well, that's crazy. It's that close. What could it be? Is it actually too many frames? That's 12 frames. Yeah, 12 frames of 10. Mm. Ten. That's correct. Rolls. That should all be correct. 11. That sounds wrong. Oh no, it's 12. Actually, 12. Yeah, because you 10 for and you get 2 extras. That's correct. Okay, where is it getting the extra 3 from? Because is it because the frame is only? Yeah, what's the rule? Is it the frame? Which will be 53 for the first there is. This is because the strike is worth 10 was plus the total number of pins knocked down on the next 2 rolls. In this case, your first strike would be worth 10. Now I am getting 330. Yeah, maybe we are. So we're adding all 3 rolls. So we're adding the roll. So on the first, let's target 10th frame. So we're basically adding the 10th roll, then the 11th roll, then the 12th. But for the 10th, we're giving it a bonus, which is the 10th plus the 12th. Or 11 plus the 12th. For the 11th roll, we're giving it 10 plus the next 10, and then the final one is 0. For the 12th, we're giving it 10 and then nothing. Okay, well let's look at this calculation then. So it goes 10. Next roll is 10, 10, 10. But this should actually not give a bonus. Oh, I'm missing the whole strike thing. Yeah, this would only work for perfect games. Yeah, this should only be calculated as if, like if it was a strike or whatever. In this case, it's always a strike because we're doing the perfect game, but yeah, that's going to be a bug. Okay, so they start off 30, then the next one is going to be, should be 30 every frame, basically, up to 10. Is it 30 for every frame? That would be interesting. That would be more than 300. Am I crazy? What am I thinking about? Okay, so if I had 10 plus 10 plus 10 for the first frame, where I got 2 strikes afterwards, right? It's 30. 30, I got that 9 times. We're at 270. And then I get into the 10th frame, and it's gonna be it's gonna be 10 plus 10 plus 10 for the first one, plus the second one's gonna be 10 plus 10, and the last one's gonna be plus 10. So 270 plus 60. Yeah, it is 330. Why is a perfect bowling game not 330? If you start with 10 strikes in a row, you're doing pretty well, but you haven't reached perfection. That 10 strike is only 10 pins until you throw 2 more shots. Throw 2 gutter balls and you'll finish with 270. But throw 2 strikes for a total of 12, and there's 300. So I get that it's 270 after. See, that's where I'm wrong. It's 270 after 10 throws, but I'm seeing it after 9. 9 times 30. 9 times 30. What the heck? 9 times 30 equals 270, right? Yeah, so why? What the heck then? Why am I getting 270 after only 9 frames? First ones were 30 because you got 10, and then you got 10 more. Ninth one would be 30 because you get the 10. The ninth one was 10 plus the next 2 rolls, which are all 10. Is it because it's not calculated? Do you not get a bonus for 10th frame strikes? Bowling do 10th frame. Hey, follower. So many. I don't know how to do this. Bowling calc 10th frame. I'm overthinking it. I think I'm just tired. Click the number of pins you knocked down. 10. Oops, I said 1. Refresh. Reload. 10. 10. 10. Yes, and then it calculates as 30. Plus another 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 30. It is, so it is 270 after 9, so I was right about that. Oh wait, no. Well, only after you get these 2. Oops, yeah, only after you get these 2. And then when you get the last one, it only goes up 30. So yeah, I'm definitely messing up here, because this can only add up. Yeah, so this whole thing can only be 30. Why do strikes on the 10th frame not include a bonus? How many players return this down? So is this thing? How the maximum of the 10th frame is 30. If I score 3 strikes in a row on the 10th frame, should be awarded 30 plus 20 plus 10. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. The bonus shots in the 10th frame are only there so that you can score the 8th and 9th frame accurately. Shots 11 and 12 only count for 10. Okay. Shots 11 and 10. Count for 10 on their own because because there's not 2 more shots to make it 30. That's not true at all. Well, shots 11 doesn't have 1 extra. I see. So you have to have 2 extra to get the bonus. If you only have 1 extra, you don't get it at all. Correct. Spares and strikes do not get extra points themselves, but if you strike or spare, you get an additional throw, which in return means get extra points overall. So it's basically you just don't add bonus for the last one. Okay. Interesting. Well, I broke the regular game now, I think. Or we could just say, so I don't know if I'm on the last frame is the problem. So I guess I'll just say if frames dot, or I guess is last one is final frame. Yeah, is final frame. Is not is final frame. Boom, 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 boom. Cool. There we go. I don't want you to autocomplete right now, guy. Can you just not? Cool. That should work. I just didn't understand the logic. Alright. Perfect game. Oh, that really messed it up. If it's not the final, then you get a bonus. If it's the final, boom, 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 you don't get a bonus. Why did that not work? Final round, frames outside equals 10. Oh, that's not right. It's not frames outside equals 10. It's like current frame. Yeah, I guess you can't really do it based on rolls, can you? I think I have to go back to frames. Is final frame, next frame equals current frame plus 0. So that's just wrong. Next frame equals frame with strike, next frame is final frame. There, these don't count. Yeah, that's just 2. Yeah, that's not right. Alright, that's too messed up. Okay, frame scatter null, next frame scatter null plus 2. Next frame. Oh, because it still has the zeros. I didn't do the ignore zeros thing. So instead of zeros, we want to put nulls. Next roll equals 0. Yeah, if its first roll is null, then you shouldn't. What would the next roll even be? What would the first roll even be null? Alright, I think I'm going to call it and then just start fresh with fresh eyes. I'm just going back and forth on this. Anyways, we got to experiment with Bard today. We got to see it kind of flail at doing the snake game. This problem, which seems even trickier, and I don't know how I got myself in a corner like this, but I'll figure it out. And I bet you even Google could do this faster. So one thing we could try is we could say generate bowling Score code for running in the terminal. Include complete unit tests and write everything in Kotlin. Something like that. Yeah, this is a good way to do it too. So you test by gutter game, all ones. Like that's an interesting unit test. One spare, one strike. Yeah, so this is probably, I messed up in the beginning on this. Is like if you think of it as just a score keeping app, you would already know all the scores at the end. So you would just make sure you have all the rolls, and if you want to test a strike, you do all the rolls where only one is a strike. Same thing with spare. Yeah, so that's one thing that I definitely would do differently next time I try this kata. So let's do this. Let's see if this guy's work. I'll just save this and make a new one. Bowling kata solution 423. Gradle. Let's say new window, sure. Merge windows. All right, and put all the code here. Oh, again, they got me again, ChatGPT. It's the one thing they gotta fix. Cool, and then, alrighty. Move the test out. Let's go ahead and write this test. New Kotlin bowling test. Sure. Gonna have to add. Did this not do Gradle? Okay, it did do Gradle. Sync Gradle, please. Sync. There it goes. Now I can import. Should probably be before each or before tests. Let's try before each. Assert equals. Bring that in from JUnit5. Alright, let's run this one. Okay, it says it works. Let's see. Does it do a perfect game? Alright, so roll many. So you roll 12. Knock down 10 pins each time. Equals 300. So let's say if I roll 11 and hold on, let's just see how they did it. So roll. All right. Yeah, and their score is calculated when you call it get. Interesting. All right. Let's see how they did it. Okay, so for the first, I guess it's just 10 frames. Is strike, is spare, or sum up all the balls? Okay, so they don't sum up all the balls when it's a strike or spare. So instead they do a strike bonus. Oh, plus 10. I guess they do the sum. I guess you don't need to sum it up because you know it's 10. So 10 plus strike bonus plus spare bonus. And then you move the index forward. Okay. You only move the index forward 1 when you're calculating a strike. And then it checks again, is the frame strike. Okay, so if you didn't get a strike the next time, you'd add to the score the sum of all the balls at that frame index. But then when would you get your second bonus for strikes? With a spare, frame index plus equals 2. See, I don't really follow that. Oh, because strike bonus already added up. Let's see, strike bonus takes your rolls at your current frame. +1 and +2, makes sense. But spare takes the frame index +2, which makes no sense. Frame index +2. Oh, because it took you two shots. Right, so both those shots are on your index, so you need to skip over both of your current shots to get to the next frame, basically. The strike bonus, you only need to skip over to the next one and the one after that. That makes sense. So you're getting 2 additional rolls. This one's going to get 1. Just the index is kind of weird. Okay, but how do they handle knowing that it's actually in the same frame? So they're going by frames in 0. So this is the frame index. Okay. And then you're getting out of the rolls. Interesting. So they have frames. So there's no real thing called a frame. It's just saying count 1 to 9. So for every frame, calculate the score of the frame. Okay, so they do need to mix both. You're calculating the score of the frame, but you're really using the balls to do it. The rolls. Okay, that kind of helps. But the rolls are just tracked. Oh, that's the other main architectural kind of problem I got myself into. Is I was tracking frames with 1 ball, 2 ball, 3 balls, overcomplicating it completely. The frame concept is actually not needed until you calculate scores, which is interesting because it uses balls to calculate score. I was thinking about it all backwards, really. Yeah, this code is so much cleaner too. Beautiful. Wow. Okay. So, when it comes to code like this, I mean, just freaking AI blows it out of the water. All the tests look pretty good too. Testing gutter, all ones. Oh, I love it. Okay. 1 strike, roll strike, and then roll a 3, roll a 4, then roll 16 zeros. That's a cool way to do it too. They're basically saying you should get the bonus of the next 2, and then we don't really care about the next ones. So, and they're doing it at the beginning, so you don't have the whole 10th frame thing to worry about. And that's a great way to do it. Yeah. This is the stuff you get better at when you do more katas. So I think what I'm going to do is, like, from memory, based on how they're doing this, do this again in like a week and see how fast I can do it. Alright, roll a spare and then get the next roll. And then 17 are left. Okay, so the way they calculate how many are left is because there's going to be... actually, how are they calculating that? I guess this takes up 3, and the total number of pins possible when you don't have a bonus on the last one is 20. So 3 plus 17 is 20. In this case, this takes up 4, because you rolled 1, 2, oh no, that also takes up 3. They only have 16 left. 3 plus, okay, how do they calculate this one? 16, because you've already rolled another one, I guess. But this is, yeah, that's a little interesting because this would only be 17, 18, 19, whereas this one would be 18. Oh no, it is 19. Huh. Why is it 19? You would think you would get 2 rolls. Why are there 19? Is it starting at 0? No. Roll 17 times. 18 times, 19 times. Why are you rolling 19 times? Okay, so this one rolls 20. This one's only rolling 19 because you got a spare or a strike. For a strike, I would get it. Oh no, but this one rolled twice. So 2, 3, and then 17. Okay, sorry. Hits 20 every time. I'm dumb. Alright, so this is 2 balls per frame, so 20. This one is 2 balls on the first one, and then 18 more frames. 1 plus these. They only split this one out for the price there for the calculation. Then the strike is the unique one where this is only 1 roll, and then 2, this equals 18 plus 1, 19. Yeah, this is the only one where it's 19 because you didn't roll once because you got a bonus. Okay, that makes sense. Different way to think about the problem for sure. All right, well, think about what you want to see next. I'll keep an eye out on what's in the news and stuff. AI, see what cool tools are coming out, and we'll do some more fun katas. Hopefully it won't be as tedious and crazy after I get back into practice. But thank you for watching. Really appreciate it. Have a good night, everyone.